Chapter 21 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 21. Meantime, Ray McCrea had neglected to take his summer vacation. He was staying in the city, and twice a week he called on Kate. Kate liked him neither more nor less than at the beginning. He was clever and he was kind, and it was his delight to make her happy. But it was with the surface of her understanding that she listened to him, and the skimmings of her thoughts that she passed to him. He had that light, acrid accent of well-to-do American men. Reasonably contented himself, he failed to see why everyone else should not be so too. He was not religious for the same reason that he was not irreligious, because it seemed to him useless to think about such matters. Public affairs and politics failed to interest him because he believed that the country was in the hands of a mob and that the grafters would run things anyway. He called eloquence spellbinding and sentiment slush. Sentiment, that is, in books and on the stage, and he was indulgently inclined to suspect that there was something in it for whoever appeared to be essaying a benevolent enterprise. Respectable, liberal-handed, habitually amused, slightly caustic, he looked out for the good of himself and those related to him, and considered that he was justified in closing his corporate regards at that point. He had no cant and no hypocrisy, no pose and no fads. As sane, aggressive, self-centered, rational materialist of the American brand, it was not only his friends who thought him a fine fellow. He himself would have admitted so much, and have been perfectly justified in so doing. Kate received flowers, books, and sweets from him, and now and then he asked her why he had lost ground with her. Sometimes he would say, "I can see a conservative policy is the one for me, Kate, where you're concerned. I'm going to lie low so as not to give you a chance to send me whistling." Once, when he grew picturesquely melancholy, she refused to receive his offerings. She told him he was making a villainess out of her, and that she'd end their meetings. But at that he promised so ardently not to be ardent that she forgave him, and continued to read the novels and to tend the flowers he brought her. They went for walks together. Sometimes she lunched with him in the city, and on pleasant evenings they attended open-air concerts. He tried to be discreet, but in August, with the full moon, he had a relapse. Kate gave him warning. He persisted. The moon really was quite wonderful that August. And then, to his chagrin, he received a postcard from Silvertree. Kate had gone to see her father. She would not have gone but for a chance word in one of Wander's letters. "I hear your father is still living," he wrote. "That is so good. I have no parents now, but I like to remember how happy I was when I had them. I was young when my mother died, but father lived to a good age, and as long as he was alive I had someone to do things for. He always liked to hear of my exploits. I was a hero to him, if I never was to anyone else. It kept my heart warmed up, and when he went he left me very lonely indeed." Kate reddened with shame when she read these words. Had Honora told him how she had deserted her father, how she had run from him and his tyranny to live her own life, and was he, Wander, meaning this for a rebuke? But she knew that he could not be. Honora would have kept her counsel. She was not a tattler. Karl was merely congratulating her on a piece of good fortune, apparently. It threw a new light on the Declaration of Independence that had seemed to her to be so fine. Was old-time sentiment right, after all? The ancient law, "Honor thy father and thy mother," did not put in the proviso, "if they are according to thy notion of what they should be." So Kate was again at Silvertree, and in the old familiar and now lifeless house. It was not now a caressed and pampered home. There was no longer anyone there to trick it out in foolish, affectionate adornments. In the first half hour, while Kate roamed from room to room, she could hardly endure the appalling blankness of the place. No stranger could have felt so unwelcomed as she did. so alien, so inconsolably homeless. She was waiting for her father when he came home, and she hoped to warm him a little by the surprise of her arrival, but it was his cue to be deeply offended with her. "Hello, Kate," he said, nodding and holding out his hand with a deliberately indifferent gesture. "Oh, see here, Dad, you know you've got to kiss me," she cried. So he did, rather shamefacedly, and they sat together on the dusty veranda and talked. He had been well, he said, but he was far from looking so. His face was gray and drawn, his lips were pale, and his long, skillful surgeon's hands looked inert and weary. When he walked, he had the effect of dragging his feet after him. "Aren't you going to take a vacation, Dad?" Kate demanded. "If ever a man appeared to be in need of it, you do." "What would I do with a vacation? Where would I go? I'd look fine at a summer resort, wouldn't I? Sitting around with the idle fools. If I could only go somewhere to get rid of this damn neurasthenia that all the fool women think they've got, I'd go. But I don't suppose there's such a place this side of the Arctic Circle." Kate regarded him for a moment without answering. She saw he was almost at the end of his strength and a victim of the very malady against which he was railing. The constant wear and tear of country practice, year in and year out, had depleted him of a magnificent stock of energy and endurance. Perhaps, too, she had had her share of responsibility in his decline, for she had been severe with him, had defied him when she might have comforted him. She forgot his insolence, his meanness, his conscienceless hectoring, as she saw how his temples seemed fallen in, and how his gray hair straggled over his brow. It was she who assumed the voice of authority now. "There's going to be a vacation," she announced, "and it will be quite a long one. Put your practice in the hands of someone else. Let your housekeeper take a rest. And then you come away with me. I'll give you 3 days to get ready." He cast at her the old sharp, lance-like look of opposition, but she stood before him so strong, so kind, so daughterly, so motherly, too, that for one of the few times in his life of senseless domination and obstinacy, he yielded. The tears came to his eyes. "All right, Kate," he said in an accent of capitulation. He really was a broken old man. She passed a happy evening with him, looking over advertisements for forest inns and fishing resorts, and though no decision was reached, both of them went to bed in a state of pleasant anticipation. The following day she took his affairs in hand. The housekeeper was delighted at her release. A young physician was pleased to take charge of Dr. Barrington's patients. Kate made him buy new clothes. He had been wearing winter ones, and she set him out in picturesque gear suiting his lank length and old-time manner. Then she induced him to select a place far north in the Wisconsin woods, and the third day they were journeying there together. It seemed quite incredible that the dependent and affectionate man opposite her was the one who had filled her with fear and resentment such a short time ago. She found herself actually laughing aloud once at the absurdity of it all. Had her dread of him been fortuitous, his tyranny a mere sham? Had he really liked her all the time, and had she been a sensitive fool? She would have thought so indeed, but for the memory of the perplexed and distracted face of her mother, the cringing and broken spirit of her who missed truth through an obsession of love. No, no, a tyrant he had been, one of a countless army of them. But now he leaned back on his seat, very sad of eye, inert of gesture, without curiosity or much expectancy. He let her do everything for him. She felt her heart warming as she served him. She could hardly keep herself from stooping to kiss his great brow. The hollows of his eyes when he was sleeping moved her to a passion of pity. After all, he was her own, and now she had him again. The bitterness of years began to die, and with it much of that secret, instinctive aversion to men, that terror of being trapped and held to some uninspiring association or dragging task. For now, when her father awoke from one of his many naps, He would turn to her with, "Have I slept long, Kate?" Or, "We'll be going in to lunch soon, I suppose, daughter?" Or, "Will it be very long now before we reach our destination?" It was reached at dawn of an early autumn day, and they drove 10 miles into the pine woods. The scented silence took them. They were at God's green caravansary, and the rancor that had poisoned their hearts was gone. They turned toward each other in common trust, father and daughter, forgiving, if not all forgetting, the hurt and angry years. "It really was your cousin who brought it about," Kate wrote Honora. "He reminded me that I was fortunate to have a father. You see, I hadn't realized it. Oh, Honora, what a queer girl I am, always having to think things out, always making myself miserable in trying to be happy, always going wrong in striving to be right. I should think the gods would make Olympus ring laughing at me. I once wrote your cousin that women of my sort were worn out with their struggle to reconcile their convictions and their instincts. And that's true. That's what is making them so restless and so strange and tumultuous. But of course, I can't think it their fault, merely their destiny. Something is happening to them, but neither they nor anyone else can quite tell what it is." Dr. Barrington was broken, no question about that. Even the stimulation of the incomparable air of those northern woods could not charge him with vitality. He lay wrapped in blankets on the bed improvised for him beneath the trees, or before the leaping fire in the inn, with the odors of the burning pine about him, and he let time slip by as it would. The people at the inn thought they never had seen a more devoted daughter than his. She sat beside him while he slept. She read or talked to him softly when he awakened. She was at hand with some light but sustaining refreshment whenever he seemed depressed or too relaxed. But there were certain things which the inn people could not make out. The sick man had the air of having forgiven this fine girl for something. He received her service like one who had the right to expect it. He was tender and he was happy, but he was, after all, the dominator. Nor could they quite make out the girl, who smiled at his demands, which were sometimes incessant, and who obeyed with a perfect patience of the strong. They did not know that if he had once been an active tyrant, he was now a supine one. As he had been unable, for all of his intelligence, to perceive the meaning of justice from the old angle, he was equally unable to get it from his present point of view. He had been harsh with his daughter in the old days. So much he would have admitted. That he would have frustrated her completely, absorbed and wasted her power, he could not perceive. He did not surmise that he was now doing in an amiable fashion what he hitherto had tried to do in a masterful and insolent one. He did not realize that the tyranny of the weak is a more destructive thing when leveled at the generous than the tyranny of the strong. Had he been interrupted in mid-career, in those days when his surgery was sure and bold, to care for a feeble and complaining wife, he would have thought himself egregiously abused. That Kate, whose mail each day exceeded by many times that which he had received in his most influential years, whose correspondence was with persons with whom he could not at any time have held communication, should be taken from her active duties, appeared to him as nothing. He was a sick father. His daughter attended him in love and dutifulness. He was at peace, and he knew she was doing her duty. It really did not occur to him that she or anyone else could have looked at the matter in a different light, or that any loving expression of regret was due her. Such sacrifices were expected of women. They were not expected of men, although men sometimes magnificently performed them. To tell the truth, no such idea occurred to Kate either. She was as happy as her father. At last, in circumstances sad enough, she had reached a degree of understanding with him. She had no thought for the inconvenience under which she worked. She was more than willing to sit till past the middle of the night answering her letters, postponing her engagements, sustaining her humbler and more unhappy friends, those who were under practical parole to her, with her encouragement, and always day by day extending the idea of the Bureau of Children. For daily it took shape. Daily the system of organization became more apparent to her. She wrote to Ray McCrea about it. She wrote to Carl Wander on the same subject. It seemed to suffice, or almost to suffice her. It kept her from anticipating the details of the melancholy drama which was now being enacted before her eyes. For her father was passing. His weakness increased, and his attitude toward life became one of gentle indifference. He was homesick for his wife, too. Though he had seemed to take so little satisfaction in her society, and had not scrupled when she was alive to show the contempt he felt for her opinions, now he liked to talk of her. He had made a great outcry against sentiment all of his life, but in his weakness he found his chief consolation in it. He had been a materialist, denying immortality for the soul, but now he reverted to the phrases of pious men and of the past generation. "I should be seeing your mother soon, Kate," he would say wistfully, holding his daughter's hand. Kate was involuntarily touched by such words, but she was ashamed for him, too. Where was all his hard-won, bravely flaunted infidelity? Where was his scientific outlook? It was only slowly, and as the result of her daily and nightly association with him, that she began to see how his acquired convictions were slipping away from him, leaving the sentiments and predilections which had been his when he was a boy. He had never been a strong man, really, and had his violence of opinion and his arrogance of demeanor been the defenses erected by a man of spiritual timidity and restless, excitable brain. Had his assertiveness, like his compliance, been part and parcel of a mind not at peace, not grounded in a definite faith? Perhaps he had been afraid of the domination of his gentle wife with her soft insistence, and had girded at her throughout the years because of mere fanatic self-esteem. But now that she had so long been beyond the reach of his whimsical commands, he turned to the thought of her like a yearning child to its mother. "If you hadn't come when you did, Kate," he would say, weeping with self-pity, "I should have died alone. I wouldn't own to anyone how sick I was. Why, one night I was so weak after being out 36 hours with a sick woman that I had to creep upstairs on my hands and knees." He sobbed for a moment piteously, his nerves too tattered to permit him to retain any semblance of self-control. Kate tried in vain to soothe him. "What would your mother have thought if you had let me die alone?" he demanded of her. It was useless for her to say that he had not told her he was ill. He was in no condition to face the truth. He was completely shattered, the victim of a country physician's practice and of an unrestrained irritability. Her commiseration was all that had been needed to have him yield himself unreservedly to her care. It had been her intention to stay in the woods with him for a fortnight, but at the end of that time found his lassitude increasing and his need for her greater than ever. She was obliged to ask for indefinite leave of absence. A physician came from Milwaukee once a week to see him, and meantime quiet and comfort were his best medicines. The autumn began to deepen. The pines accentuated their solemnity, and out on the roadways the hazel bushes and the sumac changed to canary, to russet, and to crimson. For days together the sky would be cloudless, and even in the dead of night the vault seemed to retain its splendor. There are curious cloths woven on Persian and on Turkish looms, which appear to the casual eye to be merely black, but which held in sunlight show green and blue, purple and bronze, like the shifting colors of a duck's back. Kate, pacing back and forth in the night after hours of concentrated labor which could be performed only when her father was resting, noted such mysterious and evasive hues in her northern sky. Never had she seen heavens so triumphant. True, the stars shone with a remote glory, but she was more inspired by their enduring, their impersonal magnificence than she could have been by anything relative to herself. A year ago she had been so isolated she might have found herself lonely, but it was quite different now. She possessed links with the active world. There were many who wanted her, some for small and some for great things. She felt herself in the stream of life. It poured about her, an invisible thing, but strong and deep. Sympathy, understanding, encouragement reached her even there in her solitude and heartened her. Weary as she often was physically, drained as she could not but be mentally, her heart was warm and full. October came and went, bringing little change in Dr. Barrington's condition. It did not seem advisable to move him. Rest and care were the things required, and the constant ministrations of a physician would have been of little benefit. Kate prayed for a change, and it came, but not as she had hoped. One morning she went to her father to find him terribly altered. It was as if some blight had fallen upon him in the night. His face was gray in hue, his pulse barely fluttering, though his eyes were keener than they had been, as if a sudden danger had brought back his old force and comprehension. Even the tone in which he addressed her had more of its old-time quality. It was the accent of command, the voice he had used as a physician in the sick room, though it was faint. "Send for Hudson," he said. "We'll be needing him, Kate. The fight's on. Don't feel badly if we fail. You've done your best." It was 6 hours before the physician arrived from Milwaukee. "I couldn't have looked for anything like this," he said to Kate. "I thought he was safe, that 6 months' rest would see him getting about again." They had a week's conflict with the last dread enemy of man, and they lost. Dr. Barrington was quite as much aware of the significance of his steady decline as anyone. He had practical, quiet, encouraging talks with his daughter. He sent for an attorney and secured his property to her. Once more, as in brighter days, he talked of important matters, though no longer with his old arrogance. He seemed to comprehend at last, fully and proudly, that she was the inheritor of the best part of him. Her excursive spirit, her inquisitive mind were, after all, in spite of all differences, his gift to her. He gave her his good wishes and begged her to follow whatever forces had been leading her. It was as if in his weakness he had sunk for a period into something resembling childhood, and had emerged from it in a newer, finer manhood. "I kept abreast of things in my profession," he said, "but in other matters I was obstinate. I liked the old way, a man at the helm and the crew answering his commands. No matter how big a fool the man was, I still wanted him at the helm." He smiled at her brightly. There was indeed a sort of terrible brilliancy about him, the result, perhaps, of heroic artificial stimulation. But these false fires soon burned themselves out. One beautiful Sunday morning they found him sinking. He himself informed his physician that it was his day of transition. "I've only an hour or two more, Hudson," he whispered cheerfully. "Feel that pulse." "Oh, we may manage to keep you with us some time yet, Dr. Barrington," said the other with a professional attempt at optimism. The older man shook his head. "Let's not bother with the stock phrases," he said. "Ask my daughter to come. I'd like to look at her till the last." So Kate sat where he could see her, and they coaxed the fluttering heart to yet a little further effort. Dr. Barrington supervised everything, counted his own pulse, noted its decline with his customary accuracy. The sunlight streamed into the room through the tall shafts of trees. Outside, the sighing of the pines was heard, rising now and then to a noble requiem. It lifted Kate's soul on its deep harmonies, and she was able to bear herself with fortitude. "It's been so sweet to be with you, dear," she murmured in the ears which were growing dull to earthly sounds. "Say that I've made up to you a little for my willfulness. I've always loved you, always." "I know," he whispered. "I understand everything now." In fact, his glance answered hers with full comprehension. "The beat is getting very low now, Doctor," he murmured, the fingers of his right hand on his left wrist. "Very infrequent. 15 minutes more." Dr. Hudson tried to restrain him from his grim task of noting his own sinking vitality, but the old physician waved him off. "It's very interesting," he said. It seemed so indeed. Suddenly he said quite clearly, and in a louder voice than he had used that day, "It has stopped. It is the end." Kate sprang to her feet incredulously. There was a moment of waiting, so tense that the very trees seemed to cease their moaning to listen. In all the room there was no sound. The struggling breath had ceased. The old physician had been correct. He had achieved the thing he had set himself to do. He had announced his own demise. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 22. Kate had him buried beside the wife for whom he had so inconsistently longed. She sold the old house, selected a few keepsakes from it, disposed of all else, and came late in November back to the city. Marna's baby had been born, a little bright boy named for his father. Mrs. Barcelow, relenting, had sent a layette of French workmanship, and Marna was radiantly happy. "If only Tante will come over for Christmas," Marna lilted to Kate, "I shall be almost too happy to live. How good she was to me, and how ungrateful I seem to her. Write her to come, Kate Mavourneen. Tell her the baby won't seem quite complete till she's kissed it." So Kate wrote to Mrs. Barcelow, adding her solicitation to Marna's. Human love and sympathy were coming to seem to her of more value than anything else in the world. To be loved, to be companioned, to have the vast loneliness of life mitigated by fealty and laughter and tenderness, what was there to take the place of it? Her heart swelled with a desire to lessen the pain of the world. All her egotism, her self-assertion, her formless ambitions had got up or down to that, to comfort the comfortless, to keep evil away from little children, to let those who were in any sort of a prison go free. Yet she knew very well that all of this would lack its perfect meaning unless there was someone to say to her and to none other, "I understand." Mrs. Barcelow did not come to America at Christmas time. Karl Wander did not, as he had thought he might, visit Chicago. The holiday season seemed to bring little to Kate except oppressive duties. She aspired to go to bed Christmas night with the conviction that not a child in her large territory had spent a neglected Christmas. This meant a skilled cooperation with other societies, with the benevolently inclined newspapers, and with generous patrons. The correspondence involved was necessarily large, and the amount of detail to be attended to more than she should have undertaken unaided. But she was spurred on by an almost consuming passion of pity and sisterliness. The sensible detachment which had marked her work at the outset had gradually, and perhaps regrettably, disappeared. So far from having outgrown emotional struggle, she seemed now, because of something that was taking place in her inner life, to be increasingly susceptible to it. Her father's death had taken from her the last vestige of a home. She had now no place which she could call her own, or to which she could instinctively turn at Christmas time. To be sure, there were many who bade her to their firesides, and some of these invitations she accepted with gratitude and joy, but she could of course only pause at the hearthstones of others. Her thoughts winged on to other things, to the little poor homes where her wistful children dwelt, to the great scheme for their care and oversight, which daily came nearer to realization. A number of benevolent women, rich in purse and in a passion for public service, desired her to lecture. She was to explain the meaning of the Bureau of Children at the state federations of women's clubs, in lyceum courses, and wherever receptive audiences could be found. They advised, among other things, her attendance at the biennial meeting of the General Federation of Women's Clubs, which was meeting that coming spring in Southern California. The time had been not so far distant when she would have had difficulty in seeing herself in the role of a public lecturer, but now that she had something imperative to say, she did not see herself in any role at all. She ceased to think about herself, save as the carrier of a message. Her Christmas letter from Wander was at once a disappointment and a shock. "I've made a mess of things," he wrote, "and do not intend to intrude on you until I have shown myself more worthy of consideration. I try to tell myself that my present fiasco is not my fault, but I've more than a suspicion that I'm playing the coward's part when I think that. You can be disappointed in me if you like. I'm outrageously disappointed. I thought I was made of better stuff. I don't know when I'll have time for writing again, for I shall be very busy. I suppose I'll think about you more than is good for me, but maybe not. Maybe the thoughts of you will be crowded out. I'm rather curious to see. It will be better for me if they would, for I've come to a bad turn in the road, and when I get around it, maybe all the old familiar scenes, the window out of which your face looked, for example, will be lost to me. I send my good wishes to you all the same. I shall do that as long as I have a brain and a heart. Faithfully, Wander." "That means trouble," reflected Kate, and had a wild desire to rush to his aid. That she did not was owing partly, only partly, to another letter, which, bearing an English postmark, indicated that Ray McCrea, who had been abroad for a month on business, was turning his face toward home. What he had to say was this: "Dear Kate, I'm sending you a warning. In a few days I'll be tossing on that black sea of which I have in the last few days caught some discouraging glimpses. It doesn't look as if it meant to let me see the Statue of Liberty again, but as surely as I do, I'm going to go into council with you. I imagine you know mighty well what I'm going to say. For years you've kept me at your call, or rather for years I have kept myself there. You've discouraged me often in a tolerant fashion, as if you thought me too young to be dangerous, or yourself too high to be called to account. I've been patient, chiefly because I found your society as a mere recipient of my awkward attentions too satisfactory to be able to run the risk of foregoing it. But if I were to sit in the outer court any longer, I would be pusillanimous. I'm coming home to force you to make up that strange mind of yours, which seems to be forever occupying itself with the things far off and to be hoped for, rather than with that which is near at hand. You'll have time to think it over. You can't say I've been precipitate. Yours always, Ray." At that she flashed a letter to Colorado. "What is your cousin's trouble?" she asked Honora. "Is it at the mines?" "It's at the mines," Honora replied. "Karl's life has been and is in danger. Friends have warned me of that again and again. There's no holding these people, these several hundred Italians that poor Karl insisted upon regarding as his wards, his adopted children. They're preparing to leave their half paid for homes and their steady work and to go threshing off across the country in the wave of a hard-drinking, hysterical labor leader. He has them inflamed to the explosive point. When they've done their worst, Carl may be a poor man. Not that he worries about that, but he's likely to carry down with him friends and business associates. Of course, this is not final. He may win out, but such a catastrophe threatens him. But understand, all this is not what is tormenting him and turning him gaunt and haggard. No, as usual, the last twist of the knife is given by a woman. In this case, it is an Italian girl, Elena Cimati, the daughter of one of the strikers and of the woman who does our washing for us. She's a beautiful wild creature, something as you might suppose the daughter of Jorio to be. She has come for the washing and has brought it home again for months past, and Carl, who is thoughtful of everybody, has assisted her with her burden when she was lifting it from the burro's back or packing it on the little beast. Sometimes he would fetch her a glass of water, or give her a cup of tea, or put some fruit in her saddlebags. You know what a way he has with all women. I suppose it would turn any foolish creature's head, and he has such an impressive way of saying things. What would be a casual speech on the tongue of another becomes significant when he has given one of his original twists to it. I think, too, that in utter disregard of Italian etiquette, he has sometimes walked on the street with this girl for a few steps. He is like a child in some ways, as trusting and unconventional, and he wants to be friends with everybody. I can't tell whether it is because he is such an aristocrat that it doesn't occur to him that anyone can suspect him of losing caste, or because he is such a democrat that he doesn't know it exists. However that may be, the girl is in love with him. These Italian girls are modest and well behaved ordinarily, but when once their imagination is aroused, they are like flaming meteors. They have no shame because they can't see why anyone should be ashamed of love, and to tell the truth, I can't either. But this girl believes Carl has encouraged her. I suppose she honestly believed that he was sweethearting. He is astounded and dismayed. At first, both he and I thought she would get over it, but she has twice been barely prevented from killing herself. Of course, her countrymen think her desperately ill-treated. She is the handsomest girl in the settlement, and she has a number of ardent admirers. To the hatred which they have come to bear Carl as members of a strike directed against him, they now add the element of personal jealousy. So you see what kind of a Christmas we are having. I have had Mrs. Hayes take the babies to Colorado Springs, and if anything happens to us here, I'll trust to you to see to them. You, who mean to look after little children, look after mine above all others, for their mother gave you long since her loving friendship. I would rather have you mother my babies, maiden though you are, than any woman I know, for I feel a great force in you, Kate, and believe you are going on until you get an answer to some of the questions which the rest of us have found unanswerable. Carl wants me to leave, for there is danger that the ranch house may be blown up almost any time. These men play with dynamite as if it were wood, anyway, and they make fiery enemies. Every act of ours is spied upon. Our servants have left us, and Carl and I, obstinate as mules and as proud as sheiks, after the fashion of our family, hold the fort. He wants me to go, but I tell him I am more interested in life than I ever dared hope I would be again. I have been bayoneted into a fighting mood, and I find it magnificent to really feel alive again, after crawling in the dust so long with the taste of it in my mouth. So don't pity me. As for Carl, he looks wild and strange, like the Flying Dutchman with his spectral hand on the helm. But I don't know that I want you to pity him either. He is a curious man with a passionate heart, and if he flares out like a torch in the wind, it will be fitting enough. No, don't pity us. Congratulate us, rather." "Now what," said Kate aloud, "may that mean? Congratulate us." The letter had a note of reckless gaiety. Had Honora and Carl, though cousins, been finding a shining compensation there in the midst of many troubles. It sounded so indeed. Elena Cimati might swing down the mountain roads wearing mountain flowers in her hair if she pleased, and Kate would not have thought her dangerous to the peace of Karl Wander. If the wind were wild and the leaves driving, he might have kissed her in some mad mood. So much might be granted, and none, not even Elena, be the worse for it. But to live side by side with Honora Fulham, to face danger with her, to have the exhilaration of conflict, they two together, the mountains above them, the treacherous foe below, a fortune lost or gained in a day, all the elements of Colorado's gambling chances of life and fortune at hand, might mean anything. Well, she would congratulate them. If Honora could forget a shattered heart so soon, if Wander could take it on such easy terms, they were entitled to congratulations of a sort. And if they were killed some frantic night, were blown to pieces with their ruined home, and so reached together whatever lies beyond this life, why then they were to be congratulated indeed. Or if they evaded their enemies and swung their endangered craft into the smooth stream of life, still congratulations were to be theirs. She confessed to herself that she would rather be in that lonely, beleaguered house facing death with Karl Wander than to be the recipient of the greatest honor or the participant in the utmost gaiety that life could offer. That the fact was fantastic made it none the less a fact. Should she write to Honora, "I congratulate you," or should she wire Karl? She got out his letter, and his words were as fresh wind blowing over her spirit. She realized afresh how this man, seen but once, known only through the medium of infrequent letters, had invigorated her. What had he not taught her of compassion, of the glory of the commonplace, of duty eagerly fulfilled, of the abounding joy of life, even in life shadowed by care or sickness or poverty? No, she would write them nothing. They were her friends in fullness of sympathy. They, like herself, were of those to whom day and night is a privilege, to whom sorrow is an enrichment, delight an unfoldment, opposition a spur. They were of the company of those who dared to speak the truth, who breathed deep, who partook of the banquet of life without fear. She had seen Honora in the worst hour of tribulation that can come to a good woman, and she knew she had arisen from her overthrow stronger for the trial. Now Karl was battling, and he had cried out to her in his pain, his shame of defeat. But it would not be his extinction. She was sure of that. They might, among them, slay his body, but she could not read his letters, so full of valiant contrasts, and doubt that his spirit must withstand all adversaries. No, sardonic with these two she could never be. Like that poor Elena, she might have mistaken Wander's meanings. He was a man of too elaborate gestures. Something grandiose, inherently his, made him enact the drama of life with too much fervor. It was easy, Honora had insinuated, for a woman to mistake him. Kate gripped her two strong hands together and clasped them around her head in the first attitude of despair in which she ever had indulged in her life. She was ashamed. Honora had said there was nothing to be ashamed of in love. But Kate would not call this meeting of her spirit with Karl's by that name. She had no idea whether it was love or not. On the whole, she preferred to think that it was not. But when they faced each other, their glances had met. When they had parted, their thoughts had bridged the space. When she dreamed, she fancied that she was mounting great solitary peaks with him, to look at sunsets that blazed like the end of the world, or that he and she were strong-winged birds seeking the crags of the Andes. What girl's folly! The time had come to put such vagrant dreams from her, and to become a woman indeed. Ray telephoned that he was home. "Come up this evening, then. commanded Kate. Then, not being as courageous as her word, she wept brokenly for her mother, the mother who could at best have given her but such indeterminate advice. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 23. As she heard Ray coming up the stairs, she tossed some more wood on the fire and lighted the candles in her Russian candlesticks. "It's what a silly girl would do," she admitted to herself disgustedly. Well, there was his rap on the foolish imitation Warwick knocker. Kate flung wide the door. He stood in the dim light of the hall, hesitating, it would seem, to enter upon the evening's drama. Tall, graceful as always, with a magnetic force behind his languor, he impressed Kate as a man whom few women would be able to resist, whom indeed it was a sort of folly, perhaps even an impiety, to cast out of one's life. "Kate," he said, "Kate." The whole challenge of love was in the accent. But she held him off with the first move of opposition she could devise. "My name," she admitted gaily. "I used to think I didn't like it, but I do." He came in and swung to the door behind him, flinging his coat and hat upon a chair. "Do you mean you like to hear me say it?" he demanded. He stood by the fire, which had begun to leap and crackle, drawing off his gloves with a decisive gesture. She saw that she was not going to be able to put him off. The hour had struck, so she faced him bravely. "Sit down, Ray," she said. He looked at her a moment as if measuring the value of this courtesy. "Thank you," he said, almost resentfully, as he sank into the chair she placed for him. So they sat together before the fire, gravely, like old married people, as Kate could not help noticing. Yet they were combatants, not as a married couple might have been, furtively and miserably, but with a frank, almost an exhilarating sense of equally matched strength, and of their chance to conduct their struggle in the open. "It's come to this, Kate," he said at length. "Either I must have your promise, or I stay away entirely." "I don't believe you need to do either," she retorted with the exasperating manner of an elder sister. "It's an obsession with you, that's all." "What man thinks he needs, he does need," Ray responded sententiously. "It appears to me that without you I shall be a lost man. I mean precisely what I say. You wouldn't like me to give out that fact in an hysterical manner, and I don't see that I need to. I make the statement as I would make any other, and I expect to be believed, because I'm a truth-telling person. The fairest scene in the world or the most interesting circumstance becomes meaningless to me if you are not included in it. It isn't alone that you are my sweetheart, the lady of my dreams. It's much more than that. Sometimes when I'm with you I feel like a boy with his mother, safe from all the dreadful things that might happen to a child. Sometimes you seem like a sister, so really kind and so outwardly provoking. Often you are my comrade, and we are completely congenial, neuter entities. The thing is, we have a satisfaction when we are together that we never could apart. There it is, Kate, the fact we can't get around. We're happier together than we are apart." He seemed to hold the theory up in the air as if it were a shining jewel, and to expect her to look at it till it dazzled her. But her voice was dull as she said, "I know, Ray. I know now. But shall we stay so?" "Why shouldn't we, woman? There's every reason to suppose that we'd grow happier. We want each other. More than that, we need each other. With me, it's such a deep need that it reaches to the very roots of my being. It's my groundwork, my foundation stone. I don't know how to put it to make you realize." He caught a quizzical smile on her face, and after a moment of bewilderment he leaped from the chair and came toward her. "God!" he half breathed. "Why do I waste time talking?" He had done what her look challenged him to do, had substituted action for words. Yet now, as he stretched out his arms to her, she held him off, fearful that she would find herself weeping on his breast. It would be sweet to do it, like getting home after a long voyage, but dizzily, with a stark clinging to a rock of integrity in herself, she fought him off, more with her militant spirit than with her outspread, protesting hands. "No, no," she cried. "Don't hypnotize me, Ray. Leave me my judgment. Leave me my reason. If it's a partnership we're to enter into, I ought to know the terms." "The terms, Kate? Why, I'll love you as long as I live. I'll treasure you as the most precious thing in all the world. And the winds of heaven shall not be allowed to visit my cheek too roughly," she managed to say tantalizingly. He paused, perplexed. "I know I bewilder you, dear man," she said, "but this is the point. I don't want to be protected. I mean, I don't want to be made dependent. I don't want my interpretations of life at second hand. I object to having life filter through anybody else to me. I want it, you see, on my own account." "Why, Kate!" It wasn't precisely a protest. He seemed rather to reproach her for hindering the onward sweep of their happiness, for opposing him with her ideas when they might together have attained a beautiful emotional climax. "I couldn't stand it," she went on, lifting her eyes to his, "to be given permission to do this, that, and the other thing, or to be put on an allowance, or made to ask a favor." He sank down in his chair and folded across his breast the arms whose embrace she had not claimed. "You seem to mean," he said, "that you don't want to be a wife. You prefer your independence to love." "I want both," Kate declared, rising and standing before him. "I want the most gorgeous and abounding love woman ever had. I want so much of it that it never could be computed or measured. So much it will lift me up above anything that I now am or that I know, and make me stronger and freer and braver." "Well, that's what your love would do for me," broke in McCrea. "That's what the love of a good woman is expected to do for a man." "Of course," cried Kate. "But is that what the love of a good man is expected to do for a woman? Or is it expected to reconcile her to obscurity, to the dimming of her personality, and to the endless petty sacrifices that ought to shame her and don't? Those immoral sacrifices about which she has contrived to throw so many deceiving, iridescent mists of religion? Oh, yes, we are hypnotized into our foolish state of dependence easily enough. I know that. The mating instinct drugs us. I suppose the unborn generations reach out their shadowy, multitudinous hands and drag us to our destiny." "What a woman you are! How you put things!" He tried, but failed, to keep the offended look from his face, and Kate knew perfectly well how hard he was striving not to think her indelicate. But she went on regardlessly. "You think that's the very thing I ought to want to be my destiny. Well, perhaps I do. I want children. Of course I want them." She stopped for a moment because she saw him flushing with embarrassment. But she couldn't apologize, and anyway an apology would avail nothing. If he thought her unwomanly because she talked about her woman's life, the very life to which he was inviting her, nothing she could say would change his mind. It wasn't a case for argument. She walked over to the fire and warmed her nervous hands at it. "I'm sorry, Ray," she said finally. "Sorry?" "Sorry that I'm not the tender, trusting, maiden creature who could fall trembling in your arms and love you forever, no matter what you did, and lie to you and for you the way good wives do. But I'm not. And oh, I wish I were. Or else yes, Kate, what? Or else that you were the kind of a man I need, the mate I'm looking for." "But, Kate, I protest that I am. I love you. Isn't that enough? I'm not worthy of you, maybe. Yet if trying to earn you by being loyal makes me worthy, then I am. Don't say no to me, Kate. It will shatter me like an earthquake. And I believe you'll regret it. We can make each other happy. I feel it. I'd stake my life on it. Wait." He arose and paced the floor back and forth. "Do you remember the lines of Tennyson's Princess, where the prince pleads with Ida? I thought I could repeat them, but I'm afraid I'll mar them. I don't want to do that. They're too applicable to my case." He knew where she kept her Tennyson, and he found the volume and the page, and when he had handed the book to her, he snatched his coat and hat. "I'm coming for my answer a week from tonight," he said. "For God's sake, girl, don't make a mistake. Life's so short that it ought to be happy. At best, I'll only be able to live with you a few decades, and I'd like it to be centuries." He had not meant to do it, she could see, but suddenly he came to her, and leaning above her, burned his kisses upon her eyes. Then he flung himself out of the room, and by the light of her guttering candles she read: "Come down, O maid, from yonder mountain height. What pleasure lives in height?" the shepherd sang. "In height and cold the splendor of the hills. But cease to move so near the heavens, and cease to glide a sunbeam by the blasted pine, to sit a star upon the sparkling spire. And come, for love is of the valley, come thou down and find him. By the happy threshold he, or hand in hand with plenty in the maize, or red with spirited purple of the vats, or fox-like in the vine, nor cares to walk with death and mourning on the silver horns. Nor wilt thou snare him in the white ravine, nor find him dropped upon the firths of ice, that huddling slant in furrow-cloven falls, to roll the torrent out of dusky doors. But follow, let the torrent dance thee down to find him in the valley. Let the wild, lean-headed eagles yelp alone, and leave the monstrous ledges there to slope and spill their thousand wreaths of dangling water-smoke, that like a broken purpose waste in air. So waste not thou, but come, for all the vales await thee. Azure pillars of the hearth arise to thee. The children call, and I, thy shepherd, pipe. And sweet is every sound, sweeter thy voice, but every sound is sweet. Myriads of rivulets hurrying through the lawn, the moan of doves in immemorial elms, and murmuring of innumerable bees." She read it twice, soothed by its vague loveliness. She could hear, however, only the sound of the suburban trains crashing by in the distance, and the honking of the machines on the placens. None of these spirit sounds of which Ray had dreamed penetrated through her vigorous materialism. But still she knew that she was lonely. She knew Ray's going left a gray vacancy. "I can't think it out," she said at last. "I'll go to sleep. Perhaps there—" But neither voices nor visions came to her in sleep. She awoke the next morning as unillumined as when she went to her bed. And as she dressed and thought of the full day before her, she was indefinably glad that she was under no obligation to consult anyone about her program, either of work or play. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 24. Kate had dreaded the expected solitude of the next night, and it was a relief to her when Marna Fitzgerald telephoned that she had been sent opera tickets by one of her old friends in the opera company, and that she wanted Kate to go with her. "George offers to stay home with the baby," she said. "So come over, dear, and have dinner with us. That will give you a chance to see George. Then you and I will go to the opera by our two independent selves. I know you don't mind going home alone. Butterfly is on, you know. Farrar sings." She said it without faltering, Kate noticed, as she gave her enthusiastic acceptance. And when she had put down the telephone, she actually clapped her hands at the fortitude of the little woman she had once thought such a hummingbird, and a hummingbird with one last added glory, a voice. Marna had been able to put her dreams behind her. Why should not her example be cheerfully followed? When Kate reached the little apartment looking on Garfield Park, she entered an atmosphere in which, as she had long since proved, there appeared to be no room for regret. Marna had, of course, prepared the dinner with her own hands. "I whipped up some mayonnaise," she said. "You remember how Humankind used to like my mayonnaise? And she knows good cooking when she tastes it, doesn't she? I've trifle for dessert, too." "But it must have taken you all day, dear, to get up a dinner like that," protested Kate, kissing the flushed face of her friend. "It took up the intervals," smiled Marna. "You see, my days are made up of taking care of baby and of intervals. How fetching that black velvet bodice is, Kate. I didn't know you had a low one." "Low and high," said Kate. "That's the way we fool 'em, make 'em think we have a wardrobe. Me, I'm glad I'm going to the opera. How good of you to think of me. So few do, at least in the way I want them to." Marna threw her a quick glance. "Ray?" she asked, with a world of insinuation. To Kate's disgust, her eyes flushed with hot tears. "He's waiting to know," she answered. "But I don't think I'm going to be able " "Oh, Kate!" cried Marna in despair. "How can you feel that way? Just think, just think!" She didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she seized little George and began undressing him, her hands lingering over the firm roundness of his body. He seemed to be anything but sleepy, and when his mother passed him over to her guest, Kate let him clutch her fingers with those tenacious little hands which looked like rose leaves and clung like briars. Marna went out of the room to prepare his bedtime bottle, and Kate took advantage of being alone with him to experiment in those joys which his mother had with difficulty refrained from descanting upon. She kissed him on the back of the neck, and again where his golden curls met his brow, a brow the color of a rose crystal. A delicious, indescribable baby odor came up from him, composed of perfumed breath, of clean flannels, and of general adorability. Suddenly, not knowing she was going to do it, Kate snatched him to her breast and held him strained to her, while he nestled there, eager and completely happy. And over the woman who could not make up her mind about life and her part in it, there swept in wave after wave, like the south wind blowing over the bleak hills, billows of warm emotion. Her very fingertips tingled. Soft, wistful, delightful tears flooded her eyes. Her bosom seemed to lift as the tide lifts to the moon. She found herself murmuring inarticulate, melodious nothings. It was a moment of realization. She was learning what joys could be hers if only Marna came back into the room and took the baby from Kate's trembling hands. "Why, dear, you're not afraid of him, are you?" his mother asked reproachfully. Kate made no answer, but dropping a farewell kiss in the crinkly palm of one dimpled hand, she went out to the kitchen, found an apron, and began drawing the water for dinner and dropping Marna's mayonnaise on the salad. She must, however, have been sitting for several minutes in the baby's high chair, staring unseeingly at the wall, when the buzzing of the indicator brought her to her feet. "It's George!" cried Marna, and tossing baby and bottle into the cradle, she ran to the door. Kate hit the kitchen table sharply with a clenched fist. What was there in the return of a perfectly ordinary man to his home that should cause such excitement in a creature of flame and dew like Marna? Marna with the tree's life in her veins astir, Marna of the aspen heart. George came into the kitchen with both hands outstretched. "Well, it's good to see you here," he declared. "Why don't you come oftener? You make Marna so happy." That proved her worthy. She made Marna happy. Of what greater use could any person be in this world? George retired to prepare for dinner, and Marna to settle the baby for the night. And Kate went on with the preparations for the meal, while her thoughts revolved like a Catherine wheel. There were the chops yet to cook, for George liked them blazing from the broiler, and there was the black coffee to set over. This latter was to fortify George at his post, for it was agreed that he was not to sleep lest he should fail to awaken at the need and demand of the beloved potentate in the cradle. And Marna now needed a little stimulant if she was to keep comfortably awake during a long evening, she who used to light the little lamps in the windows of her mind some time after midnight. They had one of those exclamatory dinners where everyone talked about the incomparable quality of the cooking. The potatoes were after a new recipe, something Spanish, and they tasted deliciously and smelled as if assailing an Andalusian heaven. The salad was piquant, the trifle vivacious. Kate's bonbons were regarded as unique, and as for the coffee, it provoked Marna to quote the appreciative Talleyrand: Noir comme le diable, chaud comme l'enfer, pur comme un ange, doux comme l'amour. Other folk might think that Marna had dropped out, but Kate could see it written across the heavens in letters of fire that neither George nor Marna thought so. They regarded their table as witty, as blessed in such a guest as Kate, as abounding in desirable food, as being indeed all that a dinner table should be. They had the effect of shutting out a world which clamored to participate in their pleasures, and looked on themselves as being not forgotten, but too selfish in keeping to themselves. It kept little streams of mirth purling through Kate's soul, and at each jest or supposed brilliancy she laughed twice, once with them and once at them. And they were unsuspicious, her friends. They were secretly sorry for her. That was all. After dinner there was Marna to dress. "Naturally, I haven't thought much about evening clothes since I was married," she said to Kate. "I don't see what I'm to put on unless it's my immemorial gold of Ophir satin." She looked rather dubious, and Kate couldn't help wondering why she hadn't made a decision before this. Marna caught the expression in her eyes. "Oh, yes, I know. I ought to have seen to things. But you don't know what it is, mavourneen, to do all your own work and care for a baby. It makes everything you do so staccato. And, oh, Kate, I do get so tired. My feet ache as if they'd come off, and sometimes my back aches so I just lie on the floor and roll and groan. Of course, George doesn't know it. He'd insist on having a servant, and we can't begin to afford that. It isn't the wages alone, it's the waste and breakage and all." She said this solemnly, and Kate could not conceal a smile at her daughter of the air using these time-worn domestic plaints. "You ought to lie down and sleep every day, Marna. Wouldn't that help?" "That's what George is always saying. He thinks I ought to sleep while the baby is taking his nap. But mercy me, I just look forward to that time to get my work done." She turned her eager, weary face toward Kate, and her friend marked the delicacy in it which comes with maternity. It was pallid and rather pinched, the lips hung a trifle too loosely, the veins at the temples showed blue and full. Kate couldn't beat down the vision that would rise before her eyes of the Marna she had known in the old days, who had arisen at noon, coming forth from her chamber like Deirdre, fresh with the freshness of pagan delight. She remembered the crowd that had followed in her train, the manner in which people had looked after her on the street, and the little furore she had invariably awakened when she entered a shop or tea-room. As Marna shook out the gold of Ophir satin, dimmed now and definitely out of date, there surged up in her friend a rebellion against Marna's complete acquiescence in the present scheme of things. But Marna slipped cheerfully into her gown. "I shall keep my cloak on while I go down the aisle," she declared. "Nobody notices what one has on when one is safely seated. Particularly," she added with one of her old-time flashes, "if one's neck is not half bad. Now I'm ready to be fastened, mavourneen. Dear me, it is rather tight, isn't it? But never mind that. Get the hooks together somehow. I'll hold my breath. Now see, with this scarf about me, I shan't look such a terrible dowd, shall I? Only my gloves are unmistakably shabby, and not any too clean either. George won't let me use gasoline, you know, and it takes both money and thought to get them to the cleaners. Do you remember the boxes of long white gloves I used to have in the days when Tante Barcelo was my fairy godmother? Gloves were an immaterial incident then. Nevermore, nevermore, as our friend the raven remarked. Come, we'll go. I won't wear my old opera cloak in the street car. That would be too absurd, especially now that the bullion on it has tarnished. That long black coat of mine is just the thing, equally appropriate for market, mass, or levee. Oh, George, dear, good-bye. Good-bye, you sweetheart. I hate to leave you, truly I do. And I do hope and pray the baby won't wake. If he does, come along, Marna, commanded Kate. We mustn't miss that next car. They barely were in their seats when the lights went up, and before them glittered the auditorium, the vast and noble audience chamber, identified with innumerable hours of artistic satisfaction. The receding arches of the ceiling glittered like incandescent nebula. The pictured procession upon the proscenium arch spoke of the march of ideas, of the passionate onflow of man's dreams, of whatever he has held beautiful and good. Kate yielded herself over to the deep and happy sense of completion which the vast chamber always gave her, and while she and Marna sat there, silent, friendly, receptive, she felt her cares and frets slipping from her, and guessed that the drag of Marna's innumerable petty responsibilities was disappearing too. For here was the pride of life, the power of man expressed in architecture, and in the high entrancement of music. The rich folds of the great curtain satisfied her, the innumerable lights enchanted her, and the loveliness of the women in their fairest gowns and their jewels added one more element to that indescribable thing, compacted of so many elements, all artificial, all curiously and brightly related, which the civilized world calls opera, and in which man rejoices with an inconsistent and more or less indefensible joy. The lights dimmed, the curtain parted, the heights above Nagasaki were revealed. Below lay the city in purple haze. Beyond dreamed the harbor where the battleships, the merchantmen, and the little fishing boats rode. The impossible, absurd, exquisite music play of Madame Butterfly had begun. Oh, the music that went whither it would, like wind or woman's hopes, that lifted like the song of a bird and sank like the whisper of waves. Vague as reverie, fitful as thought, yearning as frustrated love, it fluttered about them. "The new music," whispered Marna. "Like flame leaping and dying," responded Kate. They did not realize the passage of time. They passed from chamber to chamber in that gleaming house of song. "This was the best of all to me," breathed Marna, as Farrar's voice took up the first notes of that incomparable song of woven hopes and fears, "Some day he'll come." The wild cadences of the singer's voice, inarticulate, of universal appeal, like the cry of a lost child or the bleating of a lamb on a windy hill. Were they mere singing, or were they singing at all? Yes, the new singing, where music and drama insistently meet. The tale, heartbreaking for beauty and for pathos, neared its close. Oh, the little heart of flame expiring at its loveliest. Oh, the loyal feet that waited, eager to run on love's errands till dawn brought the sight of faded flowers, the suddenly bleak apartment, the unpressed couch. Then the brave, swift flight of the spirit's wings to other altitudes, above pain and shame. And, like love and sorrow, refined to a poignant essence, still the music brooded and cried and aspired. What visions arose in Marna's brain, Kate wondered, quivering with vicarious anguish. Glancing down at her companion's small, close-clasped hands, she thought of their almost ceaseless toil in those commonplace rooms which she called home, and for the two in it, the ordinary man, the usual baby. And she might have had all this brightness, this celebrity, this splendid reward for her labor. The curtain closed on the last act, on the little dead Chow Chow San, and the people stood on their feet to call Farrar, giving her unstintedly their bravas. Kate and Marna stood with the others, but they were silent. There were large, glistening tears on Marna's cheeks, and Kate refrained from adding to her silent singing bird's distress by one word of appreciation of the evening's pleasure. But as they moved down the thronged aisle together, she caught Marna's hand in her own and felt her fingers close about it tenaciously. Outside, a bitter wind was blowing, and with such purpose that it had cleared the sky of the day's murk, so that countless stars glittered with unwonted brilliancy from a purple-black heaven. Crowded before the entrance were the motors, pouring on in a steady stream, their lamps half dazzling the pedestrians as they struggled against the wind that roared between the high buildings. Though Marna was to take the Madison Street car, they could not resist the temptation to turn upon the boulevard, where the scene was even more exhilarating. The high standing lights that guarded the great drive offered a long and dazzling vista, and between them, sweeping steadily on, were the motor cars. Laughing, talking, shivering, the people hastened along, the men of fashion stimulated and alert, their women splendid in furs and cloaks of velvet, while they waited for their conveyances. By them tripped the music students, who had been incomparably happy in the highest balcony, and who now cringed before the penetrating cold. Among them marched sedately the phalanx of middle-class people, who permitted themselves an opera or two a year, and who walked sedately, carrying their music feast with a certain sense of indigestion. All moved along together, thronging the wide pavement. The restaurants were awaiting those who had the courage for further dissipation. The suburban trains had arranged their schedules to convenience the crowd, and the lights burned low in the hallways of mansions or apartments or neat outlying houses, awaiting the return of these adventurers into another world, the world of music. All would talk of Farrar, not alone that night nor that week, but always, as long as they lived, at intervals. When they were happy, when their thoughts were uplifted, they would talk of her. And it might have been Marna Carton, instead of Geraldine Farrar, of whom they spoke. Marna of the far quest might have made this flight unhazarded, might have been the core of all this fine excitement. But she had put herself out of it. She had sold herself for a price, the usual price. Kate would not go so far as to say that a birthright had been sold for a mess of pottage, but Ray McCrea's stock was far below par at that moment. Yet Ray, as she admitted, would not doom her to a life of monotony and heavy toil. With him she would have the free and useful, the amusing and excursive life of an American woman married to a man of wealth. No, her program would not be a petty one. And yet... "Do take a cab, Marna," she urged. "My treat, please." "No, no," said Marna in a strained voice. "I'll not do that. A 5-cent ride in the car will take me almost to my door. And besides, the cars are warm, which is an advantage." It was understood tacitly that Kate was the protector, and the one who wouldn't mind being on the street alone. They had but a moment to wait for Marna's car, but in that moment Kate was thinking how terrible it would be for Marna, in her worn evening gown, to be crowded into that common conveyance, and tormented with those futile regrets which must be her so numerous companions. She was not surprised when Marna snatched her hand, crying, "Oh, Kate!" "Yes, yes, I know," murmured Kate soothingly. "No, you don't," retorted Marna. "How can you? It's the milk." There was a catch in her voice. "The milk?" echoed Kate blankly. "What milk? I thought—" "Oh, I know," Marna cried impatiently. "You thought I was worrying about the old opera, and that I wanted to be in there behind that screen stabbing myself. Well, of course, knowing the score so well, and having hoped once to do so much with it, The notes did rather try to jump out of my throat. But goodness, what does all that matter? It's the baby's milk that I'm carrying on about. I don't believe I told George to warm it." Her voice ceased in a wail. The car swung around the corner, and Kate half lifted Marna up the huge step, and saw her go reeling down the aisle as the cumbersome vehicle lurched forward. Then she turned her own steps toward the stairs of the elevated station. "The milk!" she ejaculated, with commingled tenderness and impatience. "Then that's why she didn't say anything about going behind the scenes. I thought it was because she couldn't endure the old surroundings and the pity of her associates of the opera days. The milk! I wonder—" What she wondered she did not precisely say, but more than one person on the crowded, elevated train noticed that the handsome woman in black velvet (it really was velveteen, purchased at a bargain) had something on her mind. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 25. Kate slept lightly that night. She had gone to bed with a sense of gentle happiness, which arose from the furtive conviction that she was going to surrender to Ray and to his point of view. He could take all the responsibility if he liked, and she would follow the old instinct of woman, and let the causes of righteousness with which she had allied herself contrive to get along without her. It was nothing, she told herself, but sheer egotism for her to suppose that she was necessary to their prosperity. She half awoke many times, and each time she had a vague, sweet longing which refused to resolve itself into definite shape. But when the full morning came, she knew it was Ray she wanted. She couldn't wait out the long week he had prescribed as a season of fasting and prayer before she gave her answer. And she was shamelessly glad when her superior, over there at the settlement house, informed her that she would be required to go to a dance hall at South Chicago that night, a terrible place which might well have been called the girl trap. This gave Kate a legitimate excuse to ask for Ray's company, because he had besought her not to go to such places at night without his escort. "But ought I to be seeing you?" he asked over the telephone in answer to her request. "Wouldn't it be better for my cause if I stayed away?" In spite of the fact that he laughed, she knew he was quite in earnest, and she wondered why he hadn't discerned her compliant mood from her intonations. "But I had to mind you, hadn't I?" she sent back. "You said I mustn't go to such places without you." From her tone she might have been the most betendrilled feminine vine that ever wrapped a self-satisfied masculine oak. "Oh, I'll come," he answered. "Of course I'll come. You knew you had only to give me the chance." He was on time, impeccable as always in appearance. Kate was glad that he was as tall as she. She knew, down in her inner consciousness, that they made a fine appearance together, that they stepped off gallantly. It came to her that perhaps they were to be envied, and that they weren't, or at least that she wasn't, giving their good fortune its full valuation. She told him about her dinner with the Fitzgeralds, and about the opera, but she held back her discovery, so to speak, of the baby, and the episode of Marna's wistful tears when she heard the music, and her amazing volte face at remembering the baby's feeding time. She would have loved to spin out the story to him. She would have deepened the colors just enough to make it all very telling. But she wasn't willing to give away the reason for her changed mood. It was enough, after all, that he was aware of it, and that when he drew her hand within his arm he held it in a clasp that asserted his right to keep it. They were happy to be in each other's company again. Kate had to admit it. For the moment it seemed to both of them that it didn't matter much where they went so long as they could go together. They rode out to South Chicago in the ill-smelling South Deering cars, crowded with men and women with foreign faces. One of them trod on Kate's foot with his hobnailed shoe, and gave an inarticulate grunt by way of apology. "He's crushed it, hasn't he?" asked Ray anxiously, seeing the tears spring to her eyes. "What a brute!" "Oh, it was an accident," Kate protested. "Anyone might have done it." "But anyone except the unspeakable Hunniac would have done more than grunt." "I dare say he doesn't know English," Kate insisted. "He'll probably remember the incident longer, and be sorrier about it than some who would have been able to make graceful apologies." "Not he," declared Ray. "Don't you think it. Bless me, Kate, why you prefer these people to any others passes my comprehension. Can't you leave these people to work out their own salvation, which to my notion is the only way they ever can get it, and content yourself with your own kind and class?" "Not variety enough," retorted Kate, feeling her tenderness evaporate and her tantalizing mood, her usual one when she was with Ray, come back. "Don't I know just what you, for example, are going to think and say about any given circumstances? Don't I know your enthusiasms and reactions as if I'd invented 'em? Well, I know yours too, but that's because I love you, not because you're like everybody else. I wish you were rather more like other women, Kate. I'd have an easier time." "If we were married," said Kate, with that cheerful directness which showed how her sentimentality had taken flight, "you'd never give up till you'd made me precisely like Mrs. Brown, Mrs. Smith, and Mrs. Johnson. Men fall in love with women because they're different from other women, and then put in the first years of their married life trying to make them like everybody else. I've noticed, however, that when they've finished the job they're so bored with the result that they go and look up another different woman. Oh, I know." He couldn't say what he wished in reply, because the car filled up just then with a party of young people bound for a dance in Russell Square. It always made Kate's heart glow to think of things like that, of what the city was trying to do for its people. These young people came from small, comfortable homes, quite capacious enough for happiness and self-respect, but not large enough for a dance. Very well, all that was needed was a simple request for the use of the field house, and they could have at their disposal a fine, airy hall, well warmed and lighted, with an excellent floor, charming decorations, and a room where they might prepare their refreshments. All they had to pay for was the music. Proper chaperonage was required, and the hall closed at midnight. Kate descanted on the beauties of the system till Ray yawned. "Think how different it is at the dance hall where we are going," she went on, not heeding his disinclination for the subject. "They'll keep it up till dawn and drink between every dance. There's not a party of the kind the whole winter through that doesn't see the steps of some young girl set toward destruction. Oh, I can't see why it isn't stopped. If women had the management of things, it would be, I can tell you. It would take about one day to do it." "That's one of the reasons why the liquor men combine to kill suffrage," said Ray. "They know it will be a sorry day for them when the women get in. Positively, the women seem to think that's all there is to politics, some moral question, and the whole truth is they'd do a lot of damage to business with their slapdash methods, as they'd learn to their cost. When they found their pin money being cut down, they'd sing another tune, for they're the most reckless spenders in the world, American women are. They're the purchasing agents for the most extravagant nation in the world, if you like," Kate replied. "Men seem to think that shopping is a mere feminine diversion. They forget that it's what supports their business and supplies their homes. Not to speak of any place beyond our own town, think of the labor involved in buying food and clothing for the 2.5 million human beings here in Chicago. It's no joke, I assure you." "Joke?" echoed Ray. "A good deal of the shopping I've seen at my father's store seems to me to come under the head of vice. The look I've seen on some of those faces, it was ravaging greed, nothing less. Why, we had a sale the other day of cheap jewelry, salesmen's samples, and the women swarmed and snatched and glared like savages. I declare, when I saw them like that, so indecently eager for their trumpery ornaments, I said to myself that you'd only to scratch the civilized woman to get at the squaw any day." Kate kept a leash on her tongue. She supposed it was inevitable that they should get back to the old quarrel. Deep down in Ray, she felt, was an unconquerable contempt for women. He made an exception of her because he loved her, because she drew him with mysterious sex attraction. It was that, and not any sense of spiritual or intellectual approval of her, which made him set her apart as worthy of admiration and of his devoted service. If ever their lives were joined, she would be his treasure, to be kept close in his personal casket, with the key to the golden padlock in his pocket, and he would all but say his prayers to her. But all that would not keep him from openly discountenancing her judgment before people. She could imagine him putting off a suggestion of hers with that patient married tone which husbands assume when they discover too much independent cerebration on the part of their wives. "I couldn't stand that," she inwardly declared, as she let him think that he was assisting her from the car. "If any man ever used that patient tone to me, I'd murder him." She couldn't keep back her sardonic chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" he asked irritatedly. "At the Mad World, master," she answered. "Where is this dance hall?" he demanded, as if he suspected her of concealing it. The tone was precisely the married one she had been imagining, and she burst out a laugh that made him stop and visibly wrap his dignity about him. Nothing was more evident than that he thought her silly. But as she paused, too, standing beneath the street lamp, and he saw her with her nonchalant tilt of her head, the handsome head poised on her strong, erect body, her force and value were so impressed upon him that he had to retract. But she was provoking, no getting around that. At that moment another sound than laughter cut the air, a terrible sound, the shriek of a tortured child. It rang out 3 times in quick succession, and Kate's blood curdled. "Oh, oh!" she gasped. "She's being beaten. Come, Ray." "Mix up in a family mess and get slugged for my pains? Not I. But I'll call a policeman if you say." "Oh, it might be too late. I'm a policeman, you know. Get the patrol wagon if you like, but I can't stand that." Once more that agonized scream. Kate flashed from him into the mesh of mean homes, standing 3 deep in each yard, flanking each other with only a narrow passage between, and was lost to him. He couldn't see where she had gone, but he knew that he must follow. He fell down a short flight of steps that led from the street to the lower level of the yard, and groped forward. He could hear people running, and when a large woman, draping her wrapper around her, floundered out of a basement door near him, he followed her. She seemed to know where to go. The squalid drama from the same actors evidently had been played before. Mid-length of the building, the woman turned up some stairs and came to a long hall which divided the front and rear stairs. At the end of it a light was burning, and Kate's voice was ringing out like that of an officer excoriating his delinquent troops. "I'm glad you can't speak English," he heard her say, "for if you could I'd say things I'm sorry for. I'd shrivel you up, you great brute. If you've got the devil in you, can't you take it out on someone else beside a little child? You're her father, aren't you? She has no mother, I suppose. Well, you're under arrest. Do you understand? Tell him, some of you who can talk English. He's to sit in that chair and never move from it till the patrol wagon comes. I shall care for the child myself, and she'll be placed where he can't treat her like that again. Poor little thing. Thank you. That's a good woman. Just hold her a while and comfort her. I can see you've children of your own." Ray found the courage, at length, to peer above the heads of the others in that miserable, crowded room. The dark faces of weary men and women, heavy with old-world inherited woe, showed in the gloom. The short, shaking man in the chair, dully contrite for his spasm of rage, was cringing before Kate, who stood there, amazingly tall among these low-statured beings. Never had she looked to Ray so like an eagle, so keen, so fierce, so fit for braving either sun or tenebrous cavern. She dominated them all, had them, who only partly understood what she said, at her command. She had thrown back her cloak, and the star of the juvenile court officer which she wore carried meaning to them, though perhaps it had not needed that. Ray tried to think her theatrical, to be angry at her, but the chagrin of knowing that she had forgotten him and was not caring about his opinion scourged his criticisms back. She had lifted from the floor the stick with its leathern thong with which the man had castigated the tender body of his motherless child. She held it in her hand, looking at it with the angry aversion that she might have turned upon a venomous serpent. Then slowly, with unspeakable rebuke, she swung her gaze upon the wretch in the chair. For a moment she silently accused him. Then he dropped his head in his hands and sobbed. He seemed in his voiceless way to say that he too had been castigated by a million invisible thongs held in a dead man's hand, and that his soul, like his child's body, was hideous with welts. Kate turned to Ray. "Is the patrol wagon on its way?" she inquired. I didn't call it," he stammered. "Please do," she said simply. He went out of the room, silently raging, and was grateful that one of the men followed to show him the patrol box. He waited outside for the wagon to come, and when the officers brought out the shaking prisoner, he saw Kate with them, carrying the child in her arms. "I must go to the station," she said to Ray in a matter-of-fact tone that put him far away from her. "So I'll say good night. It wouldn't be pleasant for you to ride in the wagon, you know. It'll be quite all right. One of the officers will see me safe home. Anyway, I shall have to go to the dance hall before the evening's over." "Kate!" he protested. "Oh, I know," she said to him apart, softly, while the others concerned themselves with assisting the blubbering Huniac into the wagon. "You think it isn't nice of me to be going around like this, saving babies from beatings and young girls from much worse. You think it isn't ladylike. But it's what the coming lady is either going to do or see done. It's a new idea, you understand, Ray. Quite different from the squaw idea, isn't it? Good night." An officer stood at the door of the wagon, waiting for her. He touched his hat and smiled at her in a comradely fashion, and she responded with as courteous a bow as she ever had made to Ray. The wagon drove off. "I've been given my answer," said Ray aloud. He wondered if he were more relieved or disappointed at the outcome. But really he could neither feel nor think reasonably. He went home in a tumult, dismayed at his own sufferings, and in no condition to realize that the old ideas and the new were at death grips in his consciousness. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 26. Karl Wander rode wearily up the hill on his black mare. Honora saw him coming and waved to him from the window. There was no one to put up his horse, and he drove her into the stables and fed her and spread her bed, while Honora watched what he and she had laughingly termed the outposts. For she believed she had need to be on guard, and she thanked heaven that all of the approaches to the house were in the open, and that there was nothing nearer than the rather remote grove of pinyon trees which could shelter any creeping enemy. Wander came on at last to the house, making his way deliberately and scorning, it would seem, all chance of attack. But Honora's ears fairly reverberated with the pistol shot which did not come. the explosion which was now so long delayed. She ran to open the door for him and to drag him into the friendly kitchen, where in the absence of any domestic help she had spread their evening meal. There was a look in his face which she had not seen there before, a look of quietude, of finality. "Well?" she asked. He flung his hat on a settle and sat down to loosen his leggings. "They've gone," he said, "bag and baggage." "The miners?" "Yes, late this afternoon. Confiscated some trains and made the crews haul them out of town. They shook their fists at the mines and the works as if they had been the haunt of the devil. I couldn't bring myself to skulk. I rode Nell right down to the station and sat there till the last carload pulled out with the men and women standing together on the platform to curse me." "Karl, how could you? It's a marvel you weren't shot." "Too easy a mark, I reckon." "And Elena?" "Lifted on board by two rival suitors. She didn't even look at me." He drew a long breath. "I was guiltless in that, Honora. You've stood by through everything, and you've made a cult of believing in me, and I want you to know that, so far as Elena was concerned, you were right to do it. I may have been a fool, but not consciously. Not consciously." "I know it. I believe you." A silence fell between them while Honora set the supper on the table and put the tea to draw. "It's very still," he said finally. "But the stillness here is nothing to what it is down where my village stood. I've made a frightful mess of things, Honora." "No," she said. "You built it up. Another has torn it down. You must get more workmen. There may be a year or two of depression, but you're going to win out, Karl." "I've fought a good many fights, first and last, Honora, fights you know nothing about. Some of them have been with men, some with ideas, some of the worst ones with myself. It would be a long story and a strange one if I were to tell it all." "I dare say it would." "I suppose I must seem very strange to a civilized woman like you, or your friend, Kate Barrington." "You seem very like a brave man, Karl, and an interesting one." "But I'm tired, Honora, extraordinarily tired. I don't feel like fighting. Quiet and rest are what I'm longing for, and I'm to begin all over again, it appears. I've got to struggle up again, almost from the bottom." "Come to supper, Karl. Never mind all that. We have food and we have shelter. No doubt we shall sleep. Things like that deserve our gratitude. Accept these blessings. There are many who lack them." Suddenly he threw up his arms with a despairing gesture. "Oh, it isn't myself, Honora, that I'm grieving for. It's those hot-headed, misguided, wayward fellows of mine. They've left the homes I tried to help them win. They followed a self-seeking, half-mad, wholly vicious agitator, and their lives, that I meant to have flow on so smoothly, will be troubled and wasted. I know so well what will happen. And then their hate. It hangs over me like a cloud. I'm not supposed to be sensitive. I'm looked on as a swaggering, reckless, devil-may-care fellow with a pretty good heart and a mighty sure aim. But I tell you, cousin, among them, they've taken the life out of me. It's your dark hour, Karl. You're standing the worst of it right now. Tomorrow things will look better. I couldn't ask a woman to come out here and stand amid this ruin with me, Honora. You know I couldn't. The only person who would be willing to share my present life with me would be some poor devil-driven creature like Elena. Come to think of it, even she wouldn't. She's off and away with a love at each elbow." "Here," said Honora imperatively. She held a plate toward him laden with steaming food. He arose, took it, seated himself, and tried a mouthful, but he had to wash it down with water. "I'm too tired," he said. "Really, Honora, you'll have to forgive me." She got up then and lighted the lamp in his bedroom. "Thank you," he said. "Rest is what I need. It was odd they didn't shoot, wasn't it? I thought every moment that they would." "You surely don't wish that they would, Karl?" No. He paused for a moment at the door. No, only everything appeared to be so futile. My bad deeds never turned on me as my good ones have done. It makes everything seem incoherent. What what would a woman like Miss Barrington make of all of that? Of harm coming from good? I don't know, said Honora rather sharply. She hasn't written. I told her all the trouble we were in, the danger, the distress, but she hasn't written a word. Why should she? Demanded Wander. It's none of her concern. I suppose she thinks a fool is best left with his folly. Good night, cousin. You're a good woman if ever there was one. What should I have done without you? Honora smiled wanly. He seemed to have forgotten that it was she who would have fared poorly without him. She closed up the house for the night, looking out in the bright moonlight to see that all was quiet. For many days and nights she had been continually on the outlook for lurking figures, but now she was inclined to believe that she had overestimated the animosity of the strikers. After all, try as they might, they could bring no accusations against the man who, hurt to the soul by their misunderstanding of him, was now laying his tired head upon his pillow. All was very still. The moonlight touched to silver the snow upon the mountains. The sound of the leaping river was like a distant flute. The wind was rising with low, wave-like sounds. Honora lingered in the doorway, looking and listening. Her heart was big with pity, pity for the disheartened man whose buoyancy and self-love had been so deeply wounded, pity for those wandering, angry, aimless men and women who might have rested secure in his guardianship, pity for all the hot, misguided hearts of men and women. Pity, too, for the man with the most impetuous heart of them all, who wandered in some foreign land with a woman whose beauty had been his lure and his undoing. Yes, she had been given grace in those days when she seemed to stand face to face with death, to pity even David and Mary. She walked with a slow, firm step up to her room, holding her head high. She had learned trust as well as compassion. She trusted Karl and the issue of his sorrow. She even trusted the issue of her own sorrow, which a short time before had seemed so shameful. She threw wide her great windows, and the wind and the moonlight filled her chamber. 2 days later, Karl Wander and Honora Fulham rode together to the village, now dismantled and desolate. "I remember," said Karl, "what a boyish pride I took in the little town at first, Honora, to have built it and had it called after me and all. Such silly fools as men are, to perpetuate themselves by such childish methods." "Perpetuation is an instinct with us," said Honora calmly. "Immortality is our greatest hope. I'm so thankful I have children, Karl. They seem to carry one's personality on, you know, no matter how different they actually may be from oneself." "Oh, yes," said Karl with a short sigh. "You're right there. You've a beautiful brace of babies, Honora. I believe I'll have to ask you to appoint me their guardian. I must have some share in them. It will give me a fresh reason for going on." "Are you a trifle short of reasons for going on, Karl?" Honora asked gently, averting her look so that she might not seem to be watching him. "Yes, I am," he admitted frankly, "although, now that the worst of my chagrin is over at having failed so completely in the pet scheme of my life, I can feel my fighting blood getting up again. I'm going to make a success of the town of Wander yet, my cousin, and those 3 mines that lie there so silently are going to hum in the old way. You'll see a string of men pouring in and out of those gates yet, take my word for it. But as for me, I proceed henceforth on a humbler policy." "Humbler? Isn't it humble to be kind, Karl? That's what you were first and last, kind. You were forever thinking of the good of your people." "It was outrageously insolent of me to do it, my cousin. Who am I that I should try to run another man's affairs? How should I know what is best for him? Isn't he the one to be the judge of that? Patronage. Patronage, that's what they can't stand. That's what natural overmen like myself, with amiable dispositions, try to impose on those we think inferior to ourselves. We can't seem to comprehend that the way to make them grow is to leave them alone. Don't be bitter, Carl. I'm not bitter, Honora. I'm rebuked. I'm literal. I'm instructed. I have brought you down here to talk the situation over with me. I can get men in plenty to advise me, but I want to know what you think about a number of things. Moreover, I want you to tell me what you imagine Miss Barrington would think about them." "Why don't you write and ask her?" asked Honora. She herself was hurt at not having heard from Kate. "I gave her notice that I wasn't going to write any more," said Karl sharply. "I couldn't have her counting on me when I wasn't sure that I was a man to be counted on." "Oh!" cried Honora, enlightened. "That's the trouble, is it? But still I should think she'd write to me. I told her of all you and I were going through together." She broke off suddenly. Her words presented to her for the first time some hint of the idea she might have conveyed to Kate. She smiled upon her cousin beautifully while he stared at her, puzzled at her unexpected radiance. "Kate loves him," she decided, looking at the man beside her with fresh appreciation of his power. She was the more conscious of it that she saw him now in his hour of defeat, and perceived his hope and ingenuity, his courage and determination gathering together slowly but steadily for a fresh effort. "Dear old Kate," she mused. "Carl rebuffed her in his misery, and I misled her. If she hadn't cared, she'd have written anyway. As it is—" But Carl was talking. "Now there's the matter of the company store," he was saying. "What would Miss Barrington think about the ethical objections to that?" Honora turned her attention to the matter in hand, and when late that afternoon the two rode their jaded horses home, a new campaign had been planned. Within a week Wander left for Denver. Honora heard nothing from him for a fortnight. Then a wire came. He was returning to Wander with 500 men. "They're hoboes, pick-ups," he told Honora that night as the two sat together at supper. "Long stake and short stake men, down and outs, vagrants, drunkards, God knows what. I advertised for them. Previous character not called into question, was what I said. Must open up my mines. Come and work as long as you feel like it. I haven't promised them anything, and they haven't promised me anything, except that I give them wages for work. A few of them have women with them, but not more than 1 in 20. I don't know what kind of a mess the town of Wonder will be now, but at any rate, it's sticking to its old program of open shop. Anyone who wants to take these fellows away from me is quite welcome to do it. No affection shall exist between them and me. There are no obligations on either side, but they seem a hearty, good-natured lot, and they said they liked my grit." Something that was wild and reckless in all of the Wanders flashed in Honora's usually quiet eyes. "A band of brigands," she laughed. "Really, Karl, I think you'll make a good chief for them. There's one thing certain, they'll never let you patronize them." "I shan't try," Karl declared. "They needn't look to me for benefits of any sort. I want miners." Honora chuckled pleasantly and looked at her cousin from the corner of her eye. She had her own ideas about his ability to maintain such detachment. He amused her a little later by telling her how he had formed a town government, and he described the men he had appointed to office. "They take it seriously, too," he declared. "We have a ragamuffin government and regulations that would commend themselves to the most judicious. 'Pon my soul, Honora, though it's only play, I swear some of these fellows begin to take on all the affectations of self-respect. We're going to have a council meeting tomorrow. You ought to come down." That gave Honora a cue. She was wanting something more to do than to look after the house, now that servants had again been secured. It occurred to her that it might be a good idea to call on the women down at Wander. She was under no error as to their character, broken down followers of weak men's fortunes, some with the wedding ring and some without. They nevertheless were there, flesh and blood, and possibly heart and soul. Not the ideal, but the actual, commended itself to her these days. Kate had taught her that lesson. So quite simply she went among them. "Call on me when you want anything," she said to them. "I'm a woman who has seen trouble, and I'd like to be of use to any of you if trouble should come your way. Anyway, trouble or no trouble, let us be friends." In her simple dress, with her quiet, sad face and her deep eyes, she convinced them of sincerity as few women could have done. They bade her enter their doors and sit in their sloven homes amid the broken things the Italians had left behind them. "Why not start a furniture shop?" asked Honora. "We could find some men here who could make plain furniture. I'll see Mr. Wander about it." That was a simple enough plan, and she had no trouble in carrying it out. She got the women to cooperate with her in other ways. Among them, they cleaned up the town, set out some gardens, and began spending their men's money for necessaries. "Do watch out," warned Karl. "You get to be a Lady Bountiful." "And you a benevolent magnate." "Damned if I will. Well, play with your hobo brides if you like, Honora, but don't look for gratitude or rectitude or any beatitude." "Not I," declared Honora. "I'm only amusing myself." They kept insisting to each other they had no higher intention. They were hilarious over their failures, and they persisted in taking even their successes humorously. At first the short stake men drifted away, but presently they began to drift back again. They liked it at Wander, liked being mildly and tolerantly controlled by men of their own sort, men with some vested authority, however, and a reawakened perception of responsibility. Wander was their town, the hobo's own city. It was one of the few places where something was expected of the hobo. Well, a hobo was a man, wasn't he? The point was provable. A number of Karl Wander's vagrants chose to prove that they were not reprobates. Those who had been down and out, by their own will or lack of it, as well as those whom misfortune had dogged, began to see in this wild village in the heart of these rich and terrific mountains that wonderful thing, another chance. "Would Miss Barrington approve of us now?" Karl would sometimes ask Honora. "Why should she?" Honora would retort. "We're not in earnest. We're only fighting bankruptcy and ennui." "That's it," declared Karl. "By the way, I must scrape up some more capital somewhere, Honora. I've borrowed everything I could lay my hands on in Denver. Now I've written to some Chicago capitalists about my affairs, and they show a disposition to help me out. They'll meet in Denver next week. Perhaps I shall bring them here. I've told them frankly what my position was. You see, if I swing things for 6 months more, the tide will turn. Do you think my interesting rabble will stick to me?" "Don't count on them," said Honora. "Don't count on anybody or anything. But if you like to take your chance, do it. It's no more of a gamble than anything else a Colorado man is likely to invest in." "You don't think much of us Colorado men, do you, my cousin?" "I don't think you are quite civilized," she said. Then a twinge of memory twisted her face. "But I don't care for civilized men. I like glorious barbarians like you, Karl." "Men who are shot at from behind bushes, eh? If I ever have to hide in a cave, Honora, will you go with me?" "Yes, and load the guns." He flashed her a curious look, one which she could not quite interpret. Was he thinking that he would like her to keep beside him? For a second, with a thrill of something like fear, this occurred to her. Then, by some mysterious process, she read his mind, and she read it aright. He was really thinking how stirring a thing life would be if he could hear words like that from the lips of Kate Barrington. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 27. It had been a busy day for Honora. She had been superintending the house cleaning and taking rather an aggressive part in it herself. She rejoiced that her strength had come back to her, and she felt a keen satisfaction in putting it forth in the service of the man who had taken her into community of interests with him when, as she had once put it, she was bankrupted of all that had made her think herself rich. Moreover, she loved the roomy bare house, with its uncurtained windows facing the mountains and revealing the spectacles of the day and night. Because of them she had learned to make the most of her sleepless hours. The slow, majestic procession in the heavens, the hours of tumult when the moon struggled through the troubled sky, the dawns with their swift, wide-spreading clarity, were the finest diversions she had ever known. She remembered how in the old days she and David had patronized the unspeakably puerile musical comedies under the impression that they rested them. Now she was able to imagine nothing more fatiguing. They had an early supper, for Karl was leaving for a day or two in Denver and had to be driven 10 miles to the station. He was unusually silent, and Honora was well pleased that he should be so, for though she had kept herself so busily occupied all day, she had not been able to rid herself of the feeling that a storm of memories was waiting to burst upon her. The feeling had grown as the hours of the day went on, and she at once dreaded and longed for the solitude she would have when Karl was gone. She was relieved to find that the little girls were weary and quite ready for their beds. She watched Karl drive away, standing at the door for a few moments till she heard his clear voice calling a last good-bye as the station wagon swept around the piñon grove. Then she locked the house and went to her own room. A fire had been laid for her, and she touched a match to the kindling, lighted her lamp, and took up some sewing. But she found herself too weary to sew, and moreover, this assailant of recollection was upon her again. She had once seen the northern lights, when the many-hued glory seemed to be poured from vast, invisible pitchers, till it spread over the floor of heaven and spilled earthward. Her memories had come upon her like that. Then she faced the fact that she had been trying all day not to recognize. It was David's birthday. She admitted it now, and even had the courage to go back over the ways they had celebrated the day in former years. At first she held to the old idea that these recollections made her suffer, but presently she perceived that it was not so. Had her help come from the hills, as Karl had told her it would? She sat so still that she could hear the ashes falling in the fireplace, so still that the ticking of her watch on the dressing-table teased her ears. She seemed to be listening for something beautiful and solemn, and by the thing she had been waiting for came. It swept into the house as if all the doors and windows had been thrown wide to receive it. It was invisible as the wind, as scentless as a star, as complete as birth or death. It was peace, or forgiveness, or in a white way, perhaps it was love. Suddenly she sprang to her feet. "David!" she cried. "David! Oh, I believe I understand." She went to her desk, and as if she were compelled, began to write. Afterward she found she had written this: Dear David, it is your birthday, and I, who am so used to sending you a present, cannot be deterred now. O David, my husband, you who fathered my children, you who, in spite of all, belong to me, let me tell you how I have, at last, come out of the storm of angers and torments of the past year into a sheltered room where you seem to sit waiting to hear me say, I forgive you. That is my present to you, my forgiveness. Take it from me with lifted hands as if it were a sacrament. Feed on it, for it is holy bread. Now we shall both be at peace, shall we not? You will forgive me too, for all I did not do. We are willful children, all of us, and night overtakes us before we have half learned our lessons. Oh, David. She broke off suddenly. Something cold seemed to envelop her, cold as a crevasse and black as death. She gave a strangled cry, wrenched the collar from her throat, fighting in vain against the mounting waves that overwhelmed her. Long afterward she shuddered up out of her unconsciousness. The fire had burned itself out. The lamp was sputtering for lack of oil. Somewhere in the distance a coyote called. She was dripping with cold sweat and had hardly strength to find the thing that would warm her and to get off her clothes and creep into bed. At first she was afraid to put out the light. It seemed as if, should she do so, the very form and substance of terror would come and grip her. But after a time, slowly, wave upon wave, the sea of peace rolled over her, submerging her. She reached out then and extinguished the light and let herself sink down, down through the obliterating waters of sleep, waters as deep, as cold, as protecting as the sea. Into the eternal arms, she breathed, not knowing why. But when she awakened the next morning in response to the punctual gong, she remembered that she had said that. Into the eternal arms. She came down to breakfast with the face of one who has eaten of the sacred bread of the Spirit. The next 2 days passed vaguely. A gray veil appeared to hang between her and the realities, and she had the effect of merely going through the motions of life. The children caused her no trouble. They were indeed the most normal of children, and Mrs. Hayes, their old-time nurse, had reduced their days to an agreeable system. Honora derived that peculiar delight from them which a mother may have when she is not obliged to be the bodily servitor and constant attendant of her children. She was able to feel the poetry of their childhood, seeing them as she did at fortunate and picturesque moments. And though their lives were literally braided into her own, were the gold threads in her otherwise dun fabric of existence, she was thankful that she did not have the task of caring for them. It would have been torture to have been tied to their small needs all day and every day. She liked far better the heavier work she did about the house, her long walks, her rides to town, and when Karl was away, her supervision of the ranch. Above all, there was her work at the village. She could return from that to the children for refreshment and for spiritual illumination. In the purity of their eyes, in the liquid sweetness of their voices, in their adorable grace and caprice, there was a healing force beyond her power to compute. During these days, however, her pleasure in them was dim, though sweet. She had been through a mystic experience which left a profound influence upon her, and she was too much under the spell of it even to make an effort to shake it off. She slept lightly and woke often, to peer into the velvet blackness of the night and to listen to the deep silence. She was one who stands apart, the viewer of some tremendous but uncomprehended event. The third day she sent the horses for Karl, and as twilight neared he came driving home. She heard his approach and threw open the door for him. He saw her with a halo of light about her, curiously enlarged and glorified, and came slowly and heavily toward her, holding out both hands. At first she thought he was ill, but as his hands grasped hers, she saw that he was not bringing a personal sorrow to her, but a brotherly compassion. And then she knew that something had happened to David. She read his mind so far, almost as if it had been a printed page, and she must have read further, perhaps, if she had waited, but she cried out, "What is it? You've news of David?" "Yes," he said. "Come in." "You've seen the papers?" he asked, when they were within the house. She shook her head. "I haven't sent over for the mail since you left, Karl. I seemed to like the silence." "There's silence enough in all patience," he cried. 1,600 voices have ceased. I don't understand. The Cyclops has gone down, a new ship, the largest on the sea. Why, that seems impossible. Not when there are icebergs floating off the banks, and when the bergs carry submerged knives of ice. One of them gored the ship. It was fatal. How terrible! For a second's space she had forgotten the possible application to her. Then the knowledge came rushing back upon her. She put her hands over her heart with the gesture of one wounded. "David?" she gasped. Karl nodded. He was on it, with Mary. They were coming back to America. He had been given the Norden Prize, as you know, the prize you earned for him. I think he was to take a position in some Eastern university. He and Mary had gone to their room, the paper says, when the shock came. They ran out together, half-dressed, and Mary asked a steward if there was anything the matter. "Yes, madam," he said quietly, just like that. "I believe we are sinking. You'll read all about it there in those papers." Mary was interviewed. Well, they lowered the boats. There were enough for about a third of the passengers. They had made every provision for luxury, but not nearly enough for safety. The men helped the women into the boats and sent them away. Then they sat down together, folded their arms, and died like gentlemen, with the good musicians heartening them with their music to the last. The captain went down with his ship, of course. All of the officers did that. Almost all of the men did it too. It was very gallant in its terrible way, and David was among the most gallant. The papers mention him particularly. He worked till the last, helping the others off, and then he sat down and waited for the end. Honora turned on her cousin a face in which all the candles of her soul were lit. "Oh, Karl, how wonderful! How beautiful!" He said nothing for amazement. "In that half hour," she went on, speaking with such swiftness that he could hardly follow her, "all his thoughts streamed off across the miles of sea and land to me. I felt the warmth of them all about me. It was myself he was thinking of. He came back to me, his wife. I was alone, waiting for something, I couldn't tell what. Then I remembered it was his birthday, and that I should be sending him a gift. So I sent him my forgiveness. I wrote a letter, but for some reason I have not sent it. It is here, the letter." She drew it from her bosom. "See, the date and the hour is upon it. Read it." Karl arose and held the letter in a shaking hand. He made a calculation. "The moments correspond," he said. "You are right. His spirit sought yours." "And then the drowning, Karl. I felt it all, but I could not understand. I died and was dead for a long time, but I came up again to live. Only since then life has been very curious. I have felt like a ghost that missed its grave. I've been walking around pretending to live, but really half hearing and half seeing, and waiting for you to come back and explain." "I have explained," said Karl with infinite gentleness. "Mary is saved. She was taken up with others by the Urbania, and friends are caring for her in New York. She gave a very lucid interview, a feeling one, too. She lives, but the man she ruined went down for her sake." "No," said Honora. "He went down for my sake. He went down for the sake of his ideals, and his ideals were mine. Oh, how beautiful that I have forgiven him, and how wonderful that he knew it, and that I—" She spoke as one to whom a great happiness had come. Then she wavered, reached out groping hands, and fell forward in Karl's arms. For days she lay in bed. She had no desire to arise. She seemed to dread interruption to her passionate drama of emotion, in which sorrow and joy were combined in indeterminate parts. From her window she could see the snow-capped peaks of the Williston Range rising with immortal and changeful beauty into the purple heavens. As she watched them with incurious eyes, marking them in the first light of the day, when their iridescence made them seem as impalpable as a dream of heaven, eyeing them in the noon height, when their sides were the hue of ruddy granite, watching them at sunset, when they faded from swimming gold to rose, from rose to purple. They seemed less like mountains than like those fair and fatal bergs of the northern Atlantic. She had read of them, though she had not seen them. She knew how they slewed from the inexhaustible ice cap of Greenland's bleak continent, and marched, stately as an army, down the mighty plain of the ocean. Fair beyond word were they, with jeweled crevices and mother-of-pearl changefulness, indomitable, treacherous, menacing. Honora, closing her weary eyes, still saw them sailing, sailing, white as angels, radiant as dawn, changing, changing, lovely and cold as death. Mind and gaze were fixed upon their enchantment. She would not think of certain other things, of that incredible catastrophe, that rent ship, crashing to its doom, of that vast company tossed upon the sea, of those cries in the dark. No, she shut her eyes and her ears to those things. They seemed to be the servitors at the doors of madness, and she let them crook their fingers at her in vain. Now and then, when she was not on guard, they swarmed upon her, whispering stories of black struggle, of heartbreaking separation of mother and child, of husband and wife. Sometimes they told her how Mary, so luxurious, so smiling, so avid of warmth and food and kisses, had shivered in the bleak wind as she sat, coatless, torn from David's sheltering embrace. They had given her elfish reminders of how soft, how pink, how perfumed was that woman's tender flesh. Then, as she looked, the blue eyes glazed with agony, the supple body grew rigid with cold, and down, down, through miles of water, sank the man they both had loved. No, no, it was better to watch the bergs, those glistening, fair, white ships of death. Yes, there, from the window, she seemed to see them. How the sun glorified them! Was the sun setting then? Had there been another day? Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Darkness was falling, but even in the darkness she saw the ice ships slipping down from the great frozen waste, along the glacial river, past the bleak lisière into the bitter sea, and on down, down, to meet that other ship, that ship bearing its mighty burden of living men, and to break it in unequal combat. Oh, could she never sleep? Would those white ships never reach port? Did she hear Karl say he had telegraphed for Kate Barrington? But what did it matter? Neither Kate nor Karl, strong and kind as they were, could stem the tide that bore those ships along the never quiet seas. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 28. So Kate was coming. He had cravenly rebuffed her, and she had borne the rebuff in silence. Yet now that he needed her, she was coming. Ah, that was what women meant to men. They were created for the comforting of them. He always had known it, but he had impiously doubted them, doubted her. Because fortune had turned from him, he had turned from her, from Kate Barrington. He had imagined that she wanted more than he could give, whereas evidently all she had ever wanted was to be needed. He had called. She had answered. It had been as swift as telegraphy could make it, and now he was driving to the station to meet her. Life, it appeared, was just as simple as that. A man lost in the darkness could cry for a star to guide him, and it would come. It would shine miraculously out of the heavens, and his path would be made plain. It seemed absurd that the horses should be jogging along at their usual pace over the familiar road. Why had they not grown shining wings? Why was the old station wagon not transformed, by the mere glory of its errand, into a crystal coach? But no, the horses went no faster because they were going on this world-changing errand. The resuscitated village, with the American litter heaped on the Italian dirt, looked none the less slovenly because she was coming into it in a few minutes. The clock kept its round, the sun showed its usual inclination toward the west. But notwithstanding this torpidity, she was coming, and that day stood apart from all other days. That it was Honora's desperate need which she was answering in no way lessened the value of her response to him. His need and Honora's were indissoluble now. It was he who had called, and it was not to Honora alone that she was coming with healing in her hands. He saw her as she leaped from the train, tall, alert, green-clad, and he ran forward, sweeping his Stetson from his head. Their hands met, clung. "You," he said under his breath. She laughed into his eyes. "No, you," she retorted. He took her bags and they walked side by side, looking at each other as if their eyes required the sight. "How is she?" asked Kate. "Very bad." "What is it?" "The doorway to madness." "You've had a specialist?" "Yes. He wanted to take her to a sanatorium. I begged him to wait, to let you try. How could I let her go out from my door to be cast in with the lost?" "I suppose it was David's death that caused it." "Oh, yes. What else could it be?" "Then she loved him to the end." "And after it, I am sure." He led the way to the station wagon and helped her in, then brought her luggage on his own shoulder. "Oh," she cried in distress, "do you have to be your own stevedore? I don't like to have you doing that for me." "Out here we wait on ourselves," he replied, when he had tumbled the trunk into the wagon. He seated himself beside her as if he were doing an accustomed thing, and she, too, felt as if she had been there beside him many times before. As they entered the village, he said, "You must note my rowdy town. Never was there such a place, such organized success built on so much individual failure. From boss to water boy, we were failures all, so we understood each other. We haven't sworn brotherhood, but we're pulling together. Some of us had known no law, and most of us had a prejudice against it. But now we're making our own laws, and we rather enjoy the process. We've made the town and the mines our own cause, so what is the use of playing the traitor? Some of us are short-stake men habitually and constitutionally. Very well, say we, let us look at the facts. Since there are short-stake men in the world, why not make allowance for them? Use their limited powers of endurance and concentration, then let 'em off to rest up. If there are enough short-stake men around, someone will always be working. We find it works well." "Have you any women in your midst?" "At first we had very few. Just some bedraggled wives and a few less responsible ladies with magenta feathers in their hats. At least two of them had, and the magenta feather came to be a badge. But they've disappeared. The feathers, not the ladies. Honora had a hand in it. I think she pulled off one marriage. She seemed to think there were arguments in favor of the wedding ceremony. But mind you, she didn't want any of the poor women to go because they were bad. We are sinners all here. Stay and take a chance, that's our motto. It isn't often you can get a good woman like Honora to hang a sign like that." "Honora couldn't have done it once," said Kate. "But I think of all she's learned." "Learned, yes. And I, too. I've been learning my lessons, too. They were long and hard, and I sulked at some of them. But I'm more tractable now." "I had my own hard conning," Kate said softly. "You never could have done what I did, Mr. Wander. You couldn't have been cruel to an old father." "Honora has made all that clear to me," said Karl with compassion. "When we are fighting for liberty, we forget the sufferings of the enemy." There was a little pause. Then Karl spoke. "But I forgot to begin at the beginning in telling you about my made-over mining town. Yet you seem to know all about it." "Oh, I read about it in the papers. Your experiment is famous. All of the people I'm associated with, the welfare workers and sociologists, are immensely interested in it. That's one of the problems now, how to use the hobo, how to get him back into an understanding of regulated communities." "Put him in charge," laughed Karl. "The answer's easy. Treat him like a fellow man. Don't annoy him by an exhibition of your useless virtues." "I never thought of that," said Kate. They turned their backs on the straggling town and faced the peaks. Presently they skirted the Williston River, which thundered among boulders and raged on toward the low-lying valley. From above, the roar of the pines came to them, reverberant and melancholy. "What sounds! What sounds!" cried Kate. "The mountains breathing," answered Wander. He drove well, and he knew the road. It was a dangerous road, which, even ascending, skirted sharp declivities and rounded buttressed rocks. Kate, prairie-reared, could not escape the inevitable thrill, but she showed, and perhaps felt, no fear. She let the matter rest with him, this man with great shoulders and firm hands, who knew the primitive art of waiting on himself. Their brief speech sufficed them for a time, and now they sat silent, well content. The old tormenting question as to his relations with Honora did not intrude itself. It was swept out of sight like flotsam in the plenteous stream of present content. They swung upon a purple mesa, and in the distance Kate saw a light, which she felt was shining from the window of his home. "It's just as I thought it would be," she said. "Perhaps you are just the way it thought you would be," he replied. "Perhaps the soul of a place waits and watches for the right person, just as we human beings wander about searching for the right spot." "I'm suited," affirmed Kate. "I hope the mesa is." "I know it well, and I can answer for it." The road continued to mount. They entered the piñon grove and rode in aromatic dust for a while, and when they emerged they were at the doorway. He lifted her down and held her with a gesture as if he had something to say. "It's about my letter," he ventured. "You knew very well it wasn't that I didn't want you to write. But my life was getting tangled. I wasn't willing to involve you in any way in the debris. I couldn't be sure that letters sent me would always reach my hands. Worst of all, I accused myself of unworthiness. I do still." "I'm not one who worries much about worthiness or unworthiness," she said. "Each of us is worthy and unworthy. But I thought—" "What?" "I was confused. Honora said that I was to congratulate you and her. I didn't know—" He stared incredulously. "You didn't know." He broke off, too, then laughed shortly. "I wish you had known," he added. "I would like to think that you never could misunderstand." She felt herself rebuked. He opened the door for her, and she stepped for the first time across the threshold of his house. Half an hour later, Wander, sitting in his study at the end of the upper hall, saw his guest hastening toward Honora's room. She wore a plain brown house dress, and looked uniformed and ready for service. She did not speak to him, but hastened down the corridor and let herself into the solemn chamber where Honora Fulham lay with wide staring eyes gazing mountainward. That Honora was in some cold, still, appalling place, it took Kate but a moment to apprehend. She could hardly keep from springing to her as if to snatch her from impending doom, but she forced all panic from her manner. "Kate's come," she said, leaning down and kissing those chilly lips with a passion of pity and reassurance. "She's come to stay, Sister Honora, and to drive everything bad away from you. Give her a kiss if you are glad." Did she feel an answering salute? She could not be sure. She moved aside and watched. Those fixed, vision-seeing eyes were upon the snow-capped peaks purpling in the decline of the day. "What is it you see, sister?" she asked. "Is there something out there that troubles you?" Honora lifted a tragic hand and pointed to those darkening snows. "See how the bergs keep floating," she whispered. "They float slowly, but they are on their way. By and by they will meet the ship. Then everything will be crushed or frozen. I try to make them stay still, but they won't do it. And I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so tired, Kate." Kate's heart leaped. She had at any rate recognized her. "They really are still, Honora," she cried. "Truly they are. I am looking at them, and I can see that they are still. They are not bergs at all, but only your good mountains. And by all of that ice and snow will melt, and flowers will be growing there." She pulled down the high-rolled shades at the windows with a decisive gesture. "But I must have them up," cried Honora, beginning to sob. "I have to keep watching them." "It's time to have on the lamps," declared Kate, and went to the door to ask for them. "And tea, too, please, Mrs. Hayes," she called. "Quite hot." "We've been keeping her very still," warned Wander, rejoicing in Kate's cheerful voice, yet dreading the effect of it on his cousin. "It's been too still where her soul has been dwelling," Kate replied in a whisper. "Can't you see she's on those bitter seas watching for the ice to crush David's ship? It's not yet madness, only a profound dream, a recurring hallucination. We must break it up. Oh, we must." She carried in the lamps when they came, placing them where their glow would not trouble those burning eyes, and when Mrs. Hayes brought the tea and toast, whispering, "She'll take nothing," Kate lifted her friend in her determined arms, and having made her comfortable, placed the tray before her. "For old sake's sake, Honora," she said, "come, let us play we are girls again, back at Foster, drinking our tea." Mechanically, Honora lifted the cup and sipped it. When Kate broke pieces of toast and set them before her, she ate them. "You are telling me nothing about the babies," Kate reproached her finally. "Mayn't we have them in for a moment?" "I don't think they ought to come in here," said Honora faintly. "It doesn't seem as if they ought to be brought to such a place as this." But Kate commanded their presence, and having softly fondled them, dropped them on Honora's bed and let them crawl about there. They swarmed up to their mother and hung upon her, patting her cheeks and investigating the use of eyelids and of ropes of hair. But when they could not provoke her to play, they began to whimper. "Honora," said Kate sharply, "you must laugh at them at once. They mustn't go away without a kiss." So Honora dragged herself from those green waters beyond the fatal banks, half across the continent to the little children at her side, and held them for a moment, the two of them at once, in her embrace. "But I'm so tired, Kate," she said wearily. "Rest, then," said Kate. "Rest. But it wouldn't have been right to rest without saying good night to the kiddies, would it? A mother has to think of that, hasn't she? They need you so dreadfully, you see." She slipped the extra pillows from beneath the heavy head, and stood a moment by the bedside in silence, as if she would impress the fact of her protection upon that stricken heart and brain. "It is safe here, Honora," she said softly. "Love and care are all about you. No harm shall come near you. Do you believe that?" Honora looked at her from beneath heavy lids, then slowly let her eyes close. Kate walked to the window and waited. At first Honora's body was convulsed with nervous spasms, but little by little they ceased. Honora slept. Kate threw wide the windows, extinguished the light, and crept from the room, not ill satisfied with her first conflict with the dread enemy. Karl was waiting for her in the corridor when she came from Honora's room, and he caught both of her hands in his. "You're cold with horror," he said. "What a thing that is to see!" "But it isn't going to last," protested Kate with a quivering accent. "We can't have it last." "Come into the light," he urged. "Supper is waiting." He led her down the stairs and into the simple dining room. The table was laid for two before a leaping blaze. There was no other light save that of the two candles in sticks of wrought bronze. The room was bare but beautiful. So seemly were its proportions, so fitted to its use its quiet furnishings. He placed her chair where she could feel the glow and see through the wide window the crescent moon mounting delicately into the clear sky. There was game and salad, custard and coffee, a charming feast. Mrs. Hayes came and went quietly, serving them. Karl said little. He was content with the essential richness of the moment. It was as if destiny had distilled this hour for him, giving it to him to quaff. He was grave, but he did not resent her sorrowfulness. Sorrow, he observed, might have as sweet a flavor as joy. It did not matter by what name the present hour was called. It was here. He rested in it as in a state of being which had been appointed, a goal toward which he had been journeying. "What's to be done?" he asked. "I've been thinking," said Kate, "that we had better move her from that room. Is there none from which no mountains are visible? She ought not to have the continual reminder of those icebergs." "Why didn't I think of that?" he cried with vexation. "That shows how stupid a man can be. Certainly we have such a room as you wish. It looks over the barnyard. It's cheerful but noisy. You can hear the burros and the chickens and the pigs and the calves and the babies all day long. It's precisely what she needs. Her thoughts are the things to fear, and I know of no way to break those up except by crowding others in. Is the room pleasant? Gay?" "No, hardly clean, I should say, but we can work on it like fiends." "Let's do it then. Put in chintz, pictures, flowers, books, a jar of goldfish, a cage of finches. Anything that will make her forget that terrible white procession of bergs." "You think it isn't too late? You think we can save her?" "I won't admit anything else," declared Kate. The wind began to rise. It came rushing from far heights and moaned around the house. The silence yielded to this mournful sound, yet kept its essential quality. "It's a wild place," said Kate. "Wilder than any place I have been in before. But it seems secure. I find it hard to believe that you have been in danger here." "I am in danger now," said Karl. "Much worse danger than I was in when the poor excited Dagoes were threatening me." "What is your danger?" asked Kate. She was incapable of coquetry after that experience in Honora's room. Nor did the noble solitude of the place permit the thought of an excursion into the realms of any sort of dalliance. Moreover, though Karl's words might have led her to think of him as ready to play with a sentimental situation, the essential loftiness of his gaze forbade her to entertain the thought. "I am in danger," he said gravely, "of experiencing a happiness so great that I shall never again be satisfied with life under less perfect conditions. Can you imagine how the fresh air seems to a man just released from prison? Well, life has a tang like that for me now. I tell you, I have been a discouraged man. It looked to me as if all the things I had been fighting for throughout my manhood were going to ruin. I saw my theories shattered, my fortune disappearing, my reputation as the successful manipulator of other men's money being lost. I've been looked upon as a lucky man and a reliable one out here in Colorado. They swear by you or at you out in this part of the country, and I've been accustomed to having them count on me. I even had some political expectations and was justified in them, I imagine. I had an idea I might go to the state legislature and then take a jump to Washington. Well, it was a soap bubble dream, of course. I lost out. This tatterdemalion crew of mine is all there is left of my cohorts. I suppose I'm looked on now as a wild experimenter." "Would it seem that way to men?" asked Kate, surprised. "To take what lies at hand and make use of it? To win with a broken sword? That strikes me as magnificent." She forgot to put a guard on herself for a moment, and let her admiration, her deep confidence in him, shine from her eyes. She saw him whiten, saw a look of almost terrible happiness in his eyes, and withdrew her gaze. She could hear him breathing deeply, but he said nothing. There fell upon them a profound and wonderful silence, which held when they had arisen and were sitting before his hearth. They were alone with elemental things, night, silence, wind, fire. They had the essentials, roof and food, clothing and companionship. Back and forth between them flashed the mystic currents of understanding. A happiness such as neither had known suffused them. When they said good night, each made the discovery that the simple word has occult and beautiful meanings. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 29. At the end of a week, Honora showed a decided change for the better. The horror had gone out of her face. She ate without persuasion. She slept briefly, but often. The conclusion of a fortnight saw her still sad, but beyond immediate danger of melancholy. She began to assume some slight responsibility toward the children, and she loved to have them playing about her, although she soon wearied of them. Kate had decided not to go back to Chicago until her return from California. She was to speak to the Federation of Women's Clubs, which met at Los Angeles, and she proposed taking Honora with her. Honora was not adverse if Kate and Karl thought it best for her. The babies were to remain safe at home. "I wouldn't dare experiment with babies," said Kate, "at least not with other people's." "You surely wouldn't experiment with your own, ma'am?" cried the privileged Mrs. Hayes. "Oh, I might," Kate insisted. "If I had babies of my own, I'd like them to be hard, brown little savages, the sort you could put on a donkey back or camel back and take anywhere." Mrs. Hayes shook her head at the idea of camels. It hardly sounded Christian, and certainly it in no way met her notion of the need of infants. "Mrs. Browning writes about taking her baby to a mountain top not far from the stars," Kate went on. "They rode donkey back, I believe. Personally, however, I should prefer the camel. For one thing, you could get more babies on his back." Mrs. Hayes threw a glance at her mistress as if to say, "Is it proper for a young woman to talk like this?" The young woman in question said many things which, according to the always discreet and sensible Mrs. Hayes, were hardly to be commended. There was, for example, the evening she had stood in the westward end of the veranda and called, "Archangels, come quick and see them." The summons was so stirring that they all ran, even Honora, who was just beginning to move about the house. But Wander reached Kate's side first. "She's right, Honora," he announced. "It is archangels. A whole party of them. Come see." But it had been nothing save a sunset rather brighter than usual, with wing-like radiations. "Pshaw!" said Mrs. Hayes confidentially to the cook. "Shouldn't you think they'd burn up with all that flaming crimson on them?" Kate cried. "And oh, their golden hair! Or does that belong to the damoiselle? Probably she is leaning over the bar of heaven at this minute." In Mrs. Hayes's estimation, the one good thing about all such talk was that Mrs. Fulham seemed to like it. Sometimes she smiled, and she hung upon the arm of her friend and looked at her as if wondering how one could be so young and strong and gay. Mr. Wander, too, seemed never tired of listening, and the way that letters trailed after this young woman showed her that a number, quite an astonishingly large number, of persons were pleased to whet their ideas on her. Clarinda Hayes decided that she would like to try it herself. So one morning, when she sat on the veranda watching the slumbers of the little girls in their hammocks, and Miss Barrington sat near at hand fashioning a blouse for Honora's journey, she ventured, "You're a suffragette, aren't you, miss?" "Why, yes," said Kate. "I suppose I am. I believe in suffrage for women, at any rate." "Well, what do you make of all them carrying on over there in England, ma'am? You don't approve of acid throwing and window breaking and cutting men's faces with knives, do you?" She looked at Kate with an almost poignant anxiety, her face twitching a little with her excitement. "A decent woman couldn't put her stamp on that kind of thing." "But the puzzling part of it all is, Mrs. Hayes, that it appears to be decent women who are doing it. Moreover, it's not an impulse with them, but a plan. That rather sets one thinking, doesn't it? You see, it's a sort of revolution. Revolutions have got us almost everything we have that is really worth while in the way of personal liberty, but I don't suppose any of them seemed very decent to the non-combatants who were looking on. Then, too, you have to realize that women are very much handicapped in conducting a fight." "What have they got to fight against, I should like to know?" demanded Mrs. Hayes, dropping her sewing and grasping the arms of her chair in her indignation. "Well," said Kate, "I fancy we American women haven't much idea of all that the English women are called upon to resent. I do know, though, that an English husband, of whatever station, thinks that he is the commander, and that he feels at liberty to address his wife as few American husbands would think of doing. It's quite allowed them to beat their wives if they are so minded. I hope that not many of them are minded to do anything of the kind, but I feel very sure that women are kept in their place over there. So, as they've been hectored themselves, they've taken up hectoring tactics in retaliation. They demand a share of the government and law-making. They want to have a say about the schools and the courts of justice. If men were fighting for some new form of liberty, we should think them heroic. Why should we think women silly for doing the same thing?" "It won't get them anywhere," affirmed Clarinda Hayes. "It won't do for them what the old way of behaving did for them, miss. Now who, I should like to know, does a young fellow dying off in foreign parts turn his thoughts to in his last moments? Why, to his good mother or his nice sweetheart. You don't suppose that men are going to turn their dying thoughts to any such screaming, kicking harridans as them suffragettes over there in England, do you?" Kate heard a chuckle beyond the door, the disrespectful chuckle, as she took it, of the master of the house. It armed her for the fray. "I don't think the militant women are doing these things to induce men to feel tenderly toward them, Mrs. Hayes. I don't believe they care just now whether the men feel tenderly toward them or not. Women have been low-voiced and sweet and docile for a good many centuries, but it hasn't gained them the right to claim their own children, or to stand up beside men and share their higher responsibilities and privileges. I don't like the manner of warfare myself. While I could die at the stake if it would do any good, I couldn't break windows and throw acid. For one thing, it doesn't seem to me quite logical, as the damage is inflicted on the property of persons who have nothing to do with the case. But of course I can't be sure that after the fight is won, future generations will not honor the women who forgot their personal preferences and who made the fight in the only way they could. You're such a grand talker, miss, that it's hard running opposite to you. But I was brought up to think that a woman ought to be as near an angel as she could be. I never answered my husband back, no matter what he said to me, and I moved here and there to suit him. I was always waiting for him at home, and when he got there I stood ready to do for him in any way I could. We was happy together, miss, and when he was dying he said that I had been a good wife. Them words repaid me, miss, as having my own way never could." Clarinda Hayes had grown fervid. There were tears in her patient eyes, and her face was frankly broken with emotion. Kate permitted a little silence to fall. Then she said gently, "I can see it is very sweet to you, that memory. Very sweet and sacred. I don't wonder you treasure it." She let the subject lie there, and arose presently, and in passing laid her firm brown hand on Mrs. Hayes' work-worn one. Wander was in the sitting room, and as she entered it he motioned her to get her hat and sweater. She did so silently, and accepted from him the alpenstock he held out to her. "Is it right to leave Honora?" he asked, when they were beyond hearing. "I had little or nothing to do in town, and it occurred to me that we might slip away for once and go adventuring." "Oh, Honora's practically well this morning. She's been reading a little, and after she has rested she is going to try to sew. Not that she can do much, but it means that she's taking an interest again." "Ah, that does me good. What a nightmare it's been. We seem to have had one nightmare after another, Honora and I." They turned their steps up the trail that mounted westward. "It follows this foothill for a way," said Wander, striding ahead, since they could not walk side by side. "Then it takes that level up there and strikes the mountain. It goes on over the pass." "And where does it end? Why was it made?" "I'm not quite sure where it ends, but it was made because men love to climb." She gave a throaty laugh, crying, "I might have known," for answer, and he led on, stopping to assist her when the way was broken or unusually steep, and she, less accustomed but throbbing with the joy of it, followed. They reached an irregular bench of the mountain, and rested there on a great boulder. Below them lay the ranch amid its little hills, dust of gold in hue. "I have dreamed countless times of trailing this path with you," he said. "Then you have exhausted the best of the experience already. What equals a dream? Doesn't it exceed all possible fact?" "I think you know very well," he said, "that this is more to me than any dream." An eagle lifted from a tree near at hand and sailed away with confidence, the master of the air. "I don't wonder men die trying to imitate him," breathed Kate, wrapped in the splendor of his flight. "They are the little brothers of Icarus." "I always hope," replied Wander, "when I hear of an aviator who has been killed, that he has had at least one perfect flight, when he soared as high as he wished, and saw and felt all that a man in his circumstances could. Since he has had to pay so great a price, I want him to have had full value." "It's a fine thing to be willing to pay the price," mused Kate, "if you can face whatever gods there be and say, 'I've had my adventure, what's due?' You're pretty well done with fears and flurries." "Wise one," laughed Wander. "What do you know about paying?" "You think I don't know?" she cried. Then she flushed and drew back. "The last folly of the braggart is to boast of misfortune," she said. "But really I have paid, if missing some precious things that might have been mine is a payment for pride and willfulness." "I hope you haven't missed very much, then. Not anything that you'll be regretting in the years to come." "Oh, regret is never going to be a specialty of mine," declared Kate. "Tomorrow's the chance. I'll never be able to do much with yesterday, no matter how wise I become." Right you are, said Wander sharply. The only thing is that you don't know quite the full bearing of your remark, and I do. She laughed sympathetically. Truth is truth, she said. Yes. He hung over the obvious aphorism boyishly. Yes, truth is truth, no matter who utters it. Thanks, kind sir. Oh, I was thinking of the excellent Clarinda Hayes. I listened to your conversation this morning, and it seemed to me that she was giving you about all the truth you could find bins for. I couldn't help but take it in, it was so complacently offered. But Clarinda was getting her sacred feelings mixed up with the truth. However, I suppose there is an essential truth about sacred feelings, even when they're founded on an error. I surmised that you were holding back vastly more than you were saying. Now that we're pretty well toward a mountain top, with nobody listening, you might tell me what you were thinking. Kate smiled slowly. She looked at the man beside her as if appraising him. I'm terribly afraid, she said at length, that you are soul kin to Clarinda. You'll walk in a mist of sacred feelings, too, and truth will play hide and seek with you all over the place. Nonsense, he cried. Why can't I hear what you have to say? You stand on platforms and tell it to hundreds. Why should you grudge it to me? She swept her hand toward the landscape around them. It has to do with change, she said, and with evolution. Look at this scarred mountainside. How confused and senseless the upheavals seem which have given it its grandeur. Nor is it static yet. It is continually wearing down. Erosion is diminishing it. That river is denuding it. Eternal change is the only law. I understand, said Wander, his eyes glowing. In the world of thought, it is the same. Verily. But I speak for women, and I'm afraid that you will not understand. I should like to be given a chance to try, he answered. Clarinda, she said after a moment's pause, like the larger part of the world, is looking at a mirage. She sees these shining pictures on the hot sand of the world, and she says, these are the real things. I will fix my gaze on them. What does the hot sand and the trackless waste matter so long as I have these beautiful images to look at? When you say that mirages are insubstantial, evanishing, mere tricks of air and eye, the Clarindas retort, but if you take away our images, where are we to turn? What will you give us in place of them? She thinks, for example, if a dying soldier calls on his mother or his sweetheart, that they must be good women. This is not the case. He calls on them because he confronts the great loneliness of death. He is quite as likely to call on a wicked woman if she is the one whose name comes to his flickering sense. But even supposing that one had to be sacrificial, subservient, and to possess all the other Clarinda virtues in order to have a dying man call on one still, would that burst of delirious wistfulness compensate one for years of servitude? She let the statement hang in the air for a moment, while Wander's color deepened yet more. He was being wounded in the place of his dreams, and the pang was sharp. If some one dying called you faithful slave, resumed Kate, would that make you proud? Would it not rather be a humiliation? Now, good wife might be synonymous with faithful slave. That's what I'd have to ascertain before I could be complimented as Clarinda was complimented by those words. I'd have to have my own approval. No one else could comfort me with a well done unless my own conscience echoed the words. Good wife, indeed. What would reconcile you to such commendations? Asked Wander with a reproach that was almost personal. The possession of those privileges and mediums by which liberty is sustained. For example, my own independent powers of thought, my own religion, politics, taste, and direction of self-development. Above all, my own money. By that I mean money for which I did not have to ask, and which never was given to me as an indulgence. Then I should want definite work commensurate with my powers, and the right to a voice in all matters affecting my life or the life of my family. That is what you would take, but what would you give? I would not take these things any more than my husband would take them, nor could he bestow them upon me, for they are mine by inherent right. Could he give you nothing, then? Love. Yet it may not be correct to say that he could give that. He would not love me because he chose to do so, but because he could not help doing so. At least, that's my idea of love. He would love me as I was, with all my faults and follies, and I should love him the same way. I should be as proud of his personality as I would be defensive of my own. I should not ask him to be like me. I should only ask him to be truly himself, and to let me be truly myself. If our personalities diverged, perhaps they would go around the circle and meet on the other side. Do you think, my dear woman, that you would be able to recognize each other after such a long journey? There would be distinguishing marks, laughed Kate, birthmarks of the soul. But I neglected to say that it would not satisfy me merely to be given a portion of the earnings of the family, that portion which I would require to conduct the household, and which I might claim as my share of the result of labor. I should also wish, when there was a surplus, to be given half of it, that I might make my own experiments. A full partnership. That's the idea precisely, a full partnership. There is an assumption that marriages are that now, but it is not so, as all frank persons must concede. I concede it, at any rate. Now you must understand that we women are asking these things because we are acquiring new ideas of duty. A duty is like a command, it must be obeyed. It has been laid upon us to demand rights and privileges equal to those enjoyed by men, and we wish them to be extended to us not because we are young or beautiful or winning or chaste, but because we are members of a common humanity with men and are entitled to the same inheritance. We want our status established so that when we make a marriage alliance, we can do it for love and no other reason, not for home or support or children or protection. Marriage should be a privilege and a reward, not a necessity. It should be so that if we spinsters want a home, we can earn one. If we desire children, we can take to ourselves some of the motherless ones, and we should be able to entrust society with our protection. By society, I mean, of course, the structure which civilized people have fashioned for themselves, the portals of which are personal rights and the law. But what will the lovers do? If everything is adjusted to such a nicety, what will they be able to sacrifice for each other? Lovers, smiled Kate, will always be able to make their own paradise, and a jeweled sacrifice will be the keystone of each window in their house of love. But there are only a few lovers in the world, compared with those who have come down through the realm of little morning clouds and are bearing the heat and burden of the day. How do you know all these things, wise woman? Have you had so much experience? We each have all the accumulated experience of the centuries. We don't have to keep to the limits of our own little individual lives. I often have dreamed of bringing you on this trail, said Wander whimsically, but never for the purpose of hearing you make your declaration of independence. Why not? Demanded Kate. In what better place could I make it? Beside the clamorous waterfall was a huge boulder, squared almost as if the hand of a mason had shaped it. Kate stepped on it before Wander could prevent her, and stood laughing back at him, the wind blowing her garments about her and lifting strands of her loosened hair. "I declare my freedom!" she cried with grandiose mockery. "Freedom to think my thoughts, preach my own creeds, do my own work, and make the sacrifices of my choosing. I declare that I will have no master and no mistress, no slave and no neophyte, but I will strive to preserve my own personality, and to help all my brothers and sisters the world over to preserve theirs. I declare that I will let no superstition or prejudice set limits to my goodwill, my influence, or my ambition." "You are standing on a precipice," he warned. "It's glorious." "But it may be fatal." "But I have the head for it," she retorted. "I shall not fall." "Others may, who try to emulate you." "That's fear, the most subtle of foes." "Oh, come back," he pleaded seriously. "I can't bear to see you standing there." "Very well," she said, giving him her hand with a gay gesture of capitulation. "But didn't you say that men like to climb? Well, women do too." They were conscious of being late for dinner, and they turned their faces toward home. "How ridiculous," remarked Wander, "that we should think ourselves obliged to return for dinner." "On the contrary," said Kate, "I think it bears witness to both our health and our sanity. I've got over being afraid that I shall be injured by the commonplace. When I open your door and smell the roast or the turnips or whatever food has been provided, I shall like it just as well as if it were flowers." Wander helped her down a jagged descent and laughed up in her face. "What a materialist!" he cried. "And I thought you were interested only in the ideal." "Things aren't ideal because they have been labeled so," declared Kate. "When people tell you they are clinging to old ideals, it's well to find out if they aren't napping in some musty old room beneath the cobwebs. I'm a materialist, very likely, but that's only incidental to my realism. I like to be allowed to realize the truth about things, and you know yourself that you men, who really are the sentimental sex, have tried as hard as you could not to let us." "You speak as if we had deliberately fooled you." "You haven't fooled us any more than we have fooled ourselves." They had reached the lower level now, and could walk side by side. "You've kept us supplemental, and we've thought we were noble when we played the supplemental part. But it doesn't look so to us any longer. We want to be ourselves and to justify ourselves. There's a good deal of complaint about women not having enough to do, about the factories and shops taking their work away from them and leaving them idle and inexpressive. Well, in a way that's true, and I'm a strong advocate of new vocations, so that women can have their own purses and all that. But I know in my heart all this is incidental. What we really need is a definite set of principles. If we can acquire an inner stability, we shall do very well whether our hands are perpetually occupied or not. But just at present we poor women are sitting in the ruins of our collapsed faiths, and we haven't decided what sort of architecture to use in erecting the new one." "There doesn't seem to be much peace left in the world," mused Wander. "Do you women think you will have peace when you get this new faith?" "Oh, dear me," retorted Kate. "What would you have us do with peace? You can get that in any garlanded sepulchre. Peace is like perfection. It isn't desirable. We should perish of it. As long as there is life, there is struggle and change. But when we have our inner faith, when we can see what the thing is for which we are to strive, then we shall cease to be so spasmodic in our efforts. We'll not be doing such grotesque things. We'll come into new dignity." "What you're trying to say," said Wander, "is that it is ourselves who are to be our best achievement. It's what we make of ourselves that matters." "Oh, that's it," cried Kate, beating her gloved hands together like a child. "You're getting it, you're getting it. It's what we make of ourselves that matters. And we must all have the right to find ourselves, to keep exploring till we find our highest selves. There mustn't be such a waste of ability and power and hope as there has been. We must all have our share in the essentials, our own relation to reality." "I see," he said, pausing at the door and looking into her face as if he would spell out her incommunicable self. "That's what you mean by universal liberty." That's what I mean. And the man you marry must let you pick your own way, make your own blunders, grow your own experience. Yes. Honora opened the door and looked at them. She was weak, and she leaned against the casing for her support. But her face was tender and calm, and she was radiant over her own mind. "What is the matter with you two?" she asked. "Aren't you coming in to dinner? Haven't you any appetites?" Kate threw her arms around her. "Oh, Honora!" she cried. "How lovely you look! Appetites? We're famished." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 30. Another week went by, and though it went swiftly, still at the end of the time it seemed long, as very happy and significant times do. Honora was still weak, but as every comfort had been provided for her journey, it seemed more than probable that she would be benefited in the long run by the change, however exhausting it might be temporarily. "It's the morning of the last day," said Wander at breakfast. "Honora is to treat herself as if she were the finest and most highly decorated Bohemian glass, and save herself up for her journey. All preparations, I am told, are completed. Very well, then. Do you and I ride today, Miss Barrington?" "Here we ride," quoted Kate. Then she flushed, remembering the reference. Did Karl recognize it, or know it? She could not tell. He could at will show a superb inscrutability. Whether he knew Browning's poem or not, Kate found to her irritation that she did. Lines she thought she had forgotten trooped, galloped back into her brain. The thud of them fell like rhythmic hoofs upon the road. "Then we begin to ride. My soul soothed itself out a long cramped scroll, freshening and fluttering in the wind. Past hopes already lay behind. What need to strive with a life awry? Had I said that, had I done this, so might I gain, so might I miss." She wove her braids about her head to the measure, buckled her boots, and buttoned her habit, and then, veiled and gauntleted, she went down the stairs, still keeping time to the inaudible tune, "So might I gain, so might I miss." The mare Wander held for her was one which she had ridden several times before, and with which she was already on terms of good feeling. That subtle, quick understanding which goes from horse to rider when all is well in their relations, and when both are eager to face the wind, passed now from Lady Bell to Kate. She let the creature nose her for a moment, then accepted Wander's hand and mounted. The fine animal quivered delicately, shook herself, pawed the dust with a motion as graceful as any lady could have made, threw a pleasant, sociable look over her shoulder, and at Kate's vivacious lift of the reins was off. Wander was mounted magnificently on Nell, a mare of heavier build, a black animal, which made a good contrast to Lady Bell's shining roan coat. The animals were too fresh and impatient to permit much conversation between the riders. They were answering to the call of the road as much as were the humans who rode them. Kate tried to think of the scenes which were flashing by, or of the village, Wander's rowdy village, teeming with its human stories. But after all, it was Browning's lines which had their way with her. They trumpeted themselves in her ear, changing a word here and there impishly to suit her case. "We rode, it seemed my spirit flew, saw other regions, cities new, as the world rushed by on either side. I thought all labor yet no less bear up beneath their unsuccess. Look at the end of work, contrast the petty done, the undone vast. This present of theirs with the hopeful past. I hoped you would love me. Here we ride." They were to the north of the village, heading for a canyon. The road was good, the day not too warm, and the passionate mountain springtime was bursting into flower and leaf. Presently walls of rock began to rise about them. They were of innumerable, indefinable rock colors, grayish yellows, dull olives, old rose, elusive purples, and browns as rich as prairie soil. Coiling like a cobra, the little Williston raced singing through the midst of the chasm, sun-mottled and bright as the trout that hid in its cold shallows. Was all the world singing? Were the invisible stars of heaven rhyming with one another? Had a lost rhythm been recaptured? And did she hear the pulsations of a deep earth harmony? Or was it, after all, only the insistent beat of the poet's line? What if we still ride on, we two, with life forever old yet new, changed not in kind, but in degree, the instant made eternity, and heaven just prove that I and he ride together, forever ride. What Wander said when he spoke was, "Walk," and the remark was made to his horse. Lady Bell slackened too. They were in the midst of great beauty, complex, almost chaotic beauty, such as the Rocky Mountains often display. Wander drew his horse nearer to Kate's, and as a turning of the road shut them in a solitary paradise, where alders and willows fringed the way with fresh-born green, he laid his hand on her saddle. "Kate," he said, "can you make up your mind to stay here with me?" Kate drew in her breath sharply, then she laughed. "Am I to understand that you are introducing or continuing a topic?" she asked. He laughed too. They were as willing to play with the subject as children are to play with flowers. "I am continuing it," he affirmed. "Really? As you know it?" "Do I?" "From the first moment that I laid eyes on you, all the time that I was writing to Honora and really was trying to snare your interest, and after she came here, even when I absurdly commanded you not to write to me. And now, every moment since you set foot in my wild country, what have I done but say, 'Kate, will you stay with me?'" "And will I?" mused Kate. "What do you offer?" She once had asked the same question of McCrea. "A faulty man's unchanging love." "What makes you think it will not change, especially since you are a faulty man?" "I think it will not change because I am so faulty that I must have something perfect to which to cling." "Nonsense! A Clarinda dream. There's nothing perfect about me. The whole truth is that you don't know whether you'll change or not." "Well, say that I change. Say that I pass from shimmering moonlight to common sunlight, love. Say that we walk a heavy road and carry burdens, and that our throats are so parched we forget to turn our eyes toward each other. Still we shall be side by side, and in the end the dust of us shall mingle in one earth. As for our spirits, if they have triumphed together, where is the logic in supposing that they will know separation?" "You will give me love," said Kate, "changing, faulty, human love. I ask no better in the way of love. I can match you in faultiness and in changefulness and in hope. But now what else can you give me? What work? What chance to justify myself? What exercise for my powers? You have your work laid out for you. Where is mine?" Wander stared at her a moment with a bewildered expression. Then he leaped from his horse and caught Kate's bridle. "Where is your work, woman?" he thundered. "Are you teasing me still, or are you in earnest? Your work is in your home. With all your wisdom, don't you know that yet? It is in your home, bearing and rearing your sons and your daughters, and adding to my sum of joy and your own. It is in learning secrets of happiness which only experience can teach. Listen to me. If my back ached and my face dripped sweat because I was toiling for you and your children, I would count it a privilege. It would be the crown of my life. Justify yourself? How can you justify yourself except by being of the earth, learning of her, her obedient and happy child? Justify yourself? Kate Barrington, you'll have to justify yourself to me." "How dare you?" asked Kate under her breath. "Who has given you a right to take me to task?" "Our love," he said, and looked her unflinchingly in the eye. "My love for you and your love for me. I demand the truth of you, the deepest truth of your deepest soul, because we are mates and can never escape each other as long as we live, though half the earth divides us and all our years. Wherever we go, our thoughts will turn toward each other. When we meet, though we have striven to hate each other, yet our hands will long to clasp. We may be at war, but we will love it better than peace with others. I tell you, I march to the tune of your piping. You keep step to my drum beats. What is the use of theorizing? I speak of a fact." "I am going to turn my horse," she said. "Will you please stand aside?" He dropped her bridle. "Is that all you have to say?" She looked at him haughtily for a moment and whirled her horse. Then she drew the mare up. "Karl," she called. No answer. "I say, Karl." He came to her. "I am not angry. I know quite well what you mean. You are speaking of the fundamentals." "I was." "But how about me? Am I to have no importance save in my relation to you?" "You cannot have your greatest importance save in your relation to me." She looked at him long. Her eyes underwent a dozen changes. They taunted him, tempted him, comforted him, bade him hope, bade him fear. "We must ride home," she said at length. "And my question, I asked if you were willing to stay here with me." "The question," she said with a dry little smile, "is laid very respectfully on the knees of the gods." He turned from her and swung into his saddle. They pounded home in silence. The lines of the last ride were besetting her still. "Who knows what's fit for us? Had fate proposed bliss here should sublimate my being, had I signed the bond, still one must lead some life beyond, have a bliss to die with, dim descried. This foot once planted on the goal, this glory garland round my soul, could I descry such, try and test?" She gave him no chance to help her dismount, but leaping to the ground, turned the good mare's head stableward and ran to her room. He did not see her till dinner time. Honora was at the table and occupied their care and thought. Afterward there was a 10-mile ride to the station, but Kate sat beside Honora. There was a full moon, and the world ached for lovers. But if any touched lips, Karl Wander and Kate Barrington knew nothing of it. At the station they shook hands. "Are you coming back?" asked Wander. "Will you bring Honora back home?" In the moonlight, Kate turned a sudden smile on him. "Of course I'm coming back," she said. "I always put a period to my sentences." "Good," he said. "But that's a very different matter from writing a finis to your book." "I shall conclude on an interrupted sentence," laughed Kate, "and I'll let some one else write finis." The great train labored in, paused for no more than a moment, and was off again. It left Wander's world well denuded. The sense of aching loneliness was like an agony. She had evaded him. She belonged to him, and he had somehow let her go. What had he said, or failed to say? What had she desired that he had not given? He tried to assure himself that he had been guiltless, but as he passed his sleeping village and glimpsed the ever-increasing dumps before his mind, he knew in his heart that he had been asking her to play his game. Of course, on the other hand, but what was the use of running around in a squirrel cage? She was gone. He was alone. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 31. The Federation of Women's Clubs. 2,000 women gathered in the name of what? Why, of culture, of literature, of sisterhood, of benevolence, of music, art, town beautification, the abolition of child labor, the abolition of sweatshops, the extension of peace and opportunity. And run how? By politics, sharp and keen, far-seeing and combative. The results? The cooperation of forceful women, the encouragement of timid ones, the development of certain forms of talent, and the destruction of some old-time virtues. The balance? On the side of good, incontestably. "Yes, it's on the side of good," said Honora, who was, after all, like a nun, save that her laboratory had been her cell, and a man's fame her passion, and who therefore brought to this vast, highly energized, capable, various gathering a judgment unprejudiced, unworldly, and clear. As she saw these women of many types, from all the states, united in great causes, united, too, in the cultivation of things not easy of definition, she felt that in spite of drawbacks it must be good. She listened to their papers, heard their earnest propaganda. A distinguished Jewess from New York told of the work among the immigrants, and the methods by which they were created into intelligent citizens. A beautiful Kentuckian spoke of the work among the white mountaineers. A very venerable gentlewoman from Chicago, exquisitely frail, talked on behalf of children in factories. A crisp, curt, efficient woman from Oregon advocated the dissemination of books among the lumberjacks. They were ingenious in their pursuit of benevolence, and their annual reports were the impersonal records of personal labors. They had started libraries, made little parks, inaugurated playgrounds, instituted exchanges for the sale of women's wares, secured women's interns in hospitals, paid for truant officers, founded children's protective associations, installed branches of the Associated Charities, encouraged night schools, circulated art exhibits and traveling libraries. They placed pictures in the public schools, founded kindergartens. The list seemed inexhaustible. "Oh, decidedly," Kate granted Honora, "the thing seems to be good." Moreover, there was good being done of a less assertive but equally commendable nature. The lines of section grew vague when the social Georgian sat side by side with the genial woman from Michigan, Mrs. Johnson of Minnesota, and Mrs. Cabot of Massachusetts, Mrs. Hardin of Kentucky, and Mrs. Garcia of California, found no essential differences in each other. Ladies the world over had a similarity of tastes. So as they lunched, dined, and drove together, they established relationships more intimate than their convenient hall could have fostered. If they had dissensions, they were counterbalanced by the exchange of amenities. If their points of view diverged in lesser matters, they converged in great ones. And then the women of few opportunities, the farmers' wives, representing their earnest clubs, the village women, wistful and rather shy, the emergent onlooking company of few excursions, few indulgences. What of the Federation for them? At first, perhaps, they feared it, but cautiously, like unskilled swimmers, they took their experimental strokes. They found themselves secure, heard themselves applauded. They acquired boldness, and presently were exhilarated by the consciousness of their own power. If the great Federation could be cruel, it could be kind, too. One thing it had stood for from the first, and by that thing it still abided, the undeviating, disinterested determination to help women develop themselves. So the faltering voice was listened to, and the report of the eager, kind-eyed woman from the little backwater of the world was heard with interest. The Federation knew the value of this woman who said what she meant and did what she promised. They sent her home to her town to be an inspiration. She was a little torch carrying light. Day succeeded day. From early morning till late at night, the great convention read its papers, ate its luncheons, held its committee meetings, talked, aspired, lobbied, schemed, prayed, sang, rejoiced. Culture was splendidly on its way. Progress was the watchword. It was wonderful and amusing and superb. The feminine mind, much in action, shooting back and forth like a shuttle, was weaving a curious and admirable fabric. There might be some trouble in discerning the design, but it was there, and if it was not arrestingly original, at least it was interesting. In places it was even beautiful. Now and then it gave suggestions of the grotesque. It was shot through with the silver of talent, the gold of genius. And with all its defects, it was splendid because the warp thereof was purpose, and the woof enthusiasm. Kate's day came. The great theater was packed. Not a vacant seat remained, for it was mid-afternoon, the sun was shining, and the day was the last one of the convention. The president presided with easy authority. It became her, that seat. Her keen eyes expressed themselves as being satisfied. Her handsome head was carried proudly. Her voice, of medium pitch, had an accent of gracious command. She presented to the eye a pleasing, nay, an artistic picture, and the very gown she wore was a symbol of efficiency, signed to the initiate. Kate's heart was fluttering, her mouth dry. She greeted her chairwoman somewhat tremulously, and then faced her audience. For a moment she faltered. Then a face came before her, Karl's face. She did not so much wish to succeed for him as in spite of him. He had said she would reach her greatest importance through her relationship to him. At that moment she thrilled to the belief that independently of him she was still important. The great assemblage had ears for her. The idea of an extension of motherhood, an organized, scientific supervision of children, made an appeal such as nothing else could. For after all, persistently, almost irritatingly at times, this great federation, which was supposed to concern itself with many fine abstractions, swung back to that concrete and essentially womanly idea of the care of children. Women who had brought to it high messages of art and education had known what it was to be exasperated into speechlessness by what they were pleased to denominate the maternal obsession. Kate swung them back to it now, by means of impersonal rather than personal arguments. She did not idealize paternity. She was bitterly well aware by this time that parents were no better than other folk, and that only a small proportion of those to whom the blessing came were qualified or willing to bear its responsibilities. She touched on eugenics, its advantages and its limitations. She referred to the inadequacy of present laws and protective measures. Then she went on to describe what a Bureau of Children might be. The business of this Bureau, she said, will be the removal of handicaps. Is the child blind, deaf, lame, tubercular, or possessed of any sorry inheritance? The Bureau of Children will devise some method of easing its way, some plan to save it from further degeneration. Is the child talented and in need of special training? Has it genius, and should it, for the glory of the commonwealth and the enrichment of life, be given the right of way? Then the Bureau of Children will see to it that such provision is made. It will not be the idea merely to aid the deficient and protect the vicious. Nor shall its highest aspiration be to serve the average child born of average parents. It would delight to reward successful and devoted parents by giving special opportunity to their carefully trained and highly developed children. As the Bureau of Agriculture labors to propagate the best species of trees, fruit, and flowers, So we would labor to propagate the best examples of humanity, the finest, most sturdily reared, best intelligenced boys and girls. We would endeavor to prevent illness and loss of life among babies and children. Our circulars would be distributed in all languages among all our citizens. We would employ specialists to direct the feeding, clothing, and general rearing of the children of all conditions. We would advocate the protection of children until they reached the age of 16, and would endeavor to assist in the supervision of these children until they were of legal age. My idea would be to have all young people under 21 remain in a sense the wards of schools, if they have had, at an early age, to leave school and take the burdens of breadwinning upon their young shoulders and their untried hearts. Then I would advise an extension of school authority. The schools should be provided with assistant superintendents, whose business it would be to help these young breadwinners find positions in keeping with their tastes and abilities, thus aiding them in the most practical and beneficial way to hold their places in this struggling modern world. It is an economic measure of the loftiest type. It will provide against the waste of bodies and souls. It is a device for the conservation and the scientific development of human beings. It is part and parcel of the new practical religion, a new prayer. Prayer, says the old hymn, is the soul's sincere desire. Many of us have lost our belief in the old forms of prayer. We are beginning to realize that to a great extent the answer to prayer lies in our own hands. Our answers come when we use the powers that have been bestowed upon us. More and more each year, those who employ their intellects for constructive purpose are turning their energies toward the betterment of the world. They have a new conception of the world to come. It means to them our good brown Mother Earth, warm and fecund and laden with fruits for the consumption of her children, as it may be under happier conditions. They wish to increase the happiness of those children, to elevate them physically and mentally, and to give their spirits, too often imprisoned and degraded by hard circumstance, a chance to grow. When you let the sunlight into a stunted tree, with what exultant gratitude it lifts itself toward the sun, how its branches greet the wind and sing in them, how its little leaves come dancing out to make a shelter for man and the birds and the furred brothers of the forest. But this, wonderful and beautiful as it is but a small thing compared with the way in which a soul of a stunted child, stunted by evil or by sunless environment, leaps and grows and sings when the great spiritual elements of love and liberty are permitted to reach it. You have talked of the conservation of forests, and you speak of a great need, an imperative cause. I talk of the conservation of children, which is a greater need and a holier right. Mammalia are numerous in the world, real mothers are rare. Can we lift the mammalia up into the highest state of motherhood? I believe so. Can we grow superlative children as we grow superlative fruits and animals? Oh, 1,000 times yes. I beg for your support for this new idea. Let the spirit of inspiration enter into your reflections concerning it. Let that concentration of purpose which you have learned in your clubs and federations be your aid here. Most of you whom I see before me are no longer engaged actively in the tasks of motherhood. The children have gone out from your homes into homes of their own. You are left denuded and hungry for the old sweet vocation. Your hands are too idle, your abilities lie unutilized. But here is a task at hand. I do not say that you are to use this extension to your motherhood for children alone, or merely in connection with this proposed bureau. I urge you indeed to employ it in all conceivable ways. Be the mothers of men and women as well as of little children, the mothers of communities, the mothers of the state. And as a focus to these energies and disinterested activities, let us pray Washington to give us the Bureau of Children. She turned from her responsive audience to the chairwoman, who handed her a yellow envelope. "A telegram, Miss Barrington. Should I have given it to you before? I disliked interrupting." Kate tore it open. It was from the President of the United States. It ran: "I have the honor to inform you that the Bureau of Children will become a feature of our government within a year. It is the desire of those most interested, myself included, that you should accept the superintendence of it. I hope this will reach you on the day of your address before the Federation of Women's Clubs. Accept my congratulations." It was signed by the chief executive. Kate passed the message to the chairwoman. "May I read it?" the gratified president questioned. Kate nodded. The gavel fell, and the vibrant, tremulous voice of the president was heard reading the significant message. The women listened for a moment with something like incredulity, for they were more used to delays and frustrations than cooperation. Then the house filled with the curious, muffled sounds of gloved hands in applause. Presently a voice shrilled out in inarticulate acclaim. Kate could not catch its meaning, but 2,000 women, robed like flowers, swayed to their feet. Their handkerchiefs fluttered. The lovely Californian blossoms were snatched from their belts and their bosoms and flung upon the platform with enthusiastic, uncertain aim. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 32. Afterward, Kate took Honora down to the sea. They found a little house that fairly bathed its feet in the surf, and here they passed the days very quietly, at least to outward seeming. The Pacific thundered in upon them. They could hear the winds calling and calling with an immemorial invitation. They knew of the little jeweled islands that lay out in the seas, and of the lands of eld on the far, far shore, and they dreamed strange dreams. Sitting in the twilight, watching the light reluctantly leave the sea, they spoke of many things. They spoke most of all of women, and it sometimes seemed, as they sat there, one at the doorway of the house of life, and one in a shaded inner chamber, as if the rune of women came to them from their far sisters, from those in their harems, from others in the blare of commercial Occidental life, from those in chambers of pain, from those freighted with the poignant burdens which women bear in their bodies and in their souls. As the darkness deepened, they grew unashamed, and then reticences fell from them. The eternally flowing sea, the ever-recurrent night gave them courage, though they were women, to speak the truth. "When I found how deeply I loved David," said Honora, "and that I could serve him too by marrying him, I would no more have put the idea of marriage with him out of my mind than I would have cast away a hope of heaven if I had seen that shining before me. I would no more have turned from it than I would have turned from food if I had been starving, or water after I had been thirsting in the desert. Why, Kate, to marry him was inevitable. The bird doesn't think when it sings, or the bud when it flowers. It does what it was created to do. I married David the same way." "I understand," said Kate. They sat on their little low, sand-swept balcony facing the sea. The rising tide filled the world with its soft and indescribable cadence. The stars came out into the sky, according to their rank, the greatest first, and after them the less, and the less no more lacking in beauty than the great. All was as it should be. All was ordered. All was fit and wonderful. "So," went on Honora, after a silence which the sea filled in with its low harmonies, "if you loved Karl—" "Wait," said Kate. So Honora waited. Another silence fell. Then Kate spoke brokenly. If to feel when I am with him that I have reached my home, if to suffer a strangeness even with him, and to feel less familiar with myself than with him, is to love, then I love him, Honora. If to want to work with him and to feel there could be no exaltation like overcoming difficulties with him is love, then truly I love him. If just to see him at a distance enriches the world and makes the stream of time turn from lead to gold is anything in the nature of love, then I am his lover. If to long to house with him, to go by the same name that he does, to wear him, so to speak, carved on my brow is to love, then I do. Then I foresee that you will be one of the happiest women in the world. No, no, you mustn't say that. Aren't there other things than love, Honora? Better things than selfish delight? My dear, you have no cause to distress yourself about the occult meanings of that word selfish. Unselfish people, or those who mean to be so, contrive, when they refuse to follow the instincts of their hearts, to cause more suffering even than the out-and-out selfish ones. But I have an opportunity to serve thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of human beings. I can set in motion a movement which may have a more lasting effect upon my country than any victory ever gained by it on a field of battle. And perhaps in time the example set by this land will be followed by others. Dare I face that mystic inner me and say, I choose my man? I give him all my life and I resign my birthright of labor. For this personal joy I refuse to be sister of the world. I let the dream perish. I hinder a great work. Oh, Honora, I want him. I want him. But am I for that reason to be false to my destiny? You want celebrity, said Honora with sudden bitterness. You want to go to Washington to have your name numbered among the leading ones of the nation. You are not willing to spend your days in the solitude of Williston Ranch as wife to its master. I will not say that you are speaking falsely, but I think you know you are setting out only a little part of the truth. Admit it, Honora. Honora sighed heavily. Oh, yes, she said at length, I admit it. You must forgive me, Kate. It seems so easy for you two to be happy that I can't help feeling it blasphemous for you to be anything else. If it were an ordinary marriage or an ordinary separation, I shouldn't feel so agonized over it. But you and Carl, such mates, the only free spirits I know. How would you love? It would be epic. And I should rejoice that you were living in that savage world instead of in a city. You, too, would need room, like great beautiful buildings. Who would wish to see you in the jumble of a city? With you to aid him, Carl may become a distinguished man. Your lives would go on together, widening, widening. Oh, interrupted Kate with a sharp ejaculation. We'll not talk of it any more, Honora. You must not think because I cannot marry him that he will always be unhappy. In time he will find another woman. Kate, will you find another man? You know I shall not. After Wander, any man would be an anticlimax to me after him. Can you suspect him of a passion or a fealty less than your own? If you refuse to marry him, I believe you will frustrate a great purpose of nature. Why, Kate, it will be a crime against love. The thought as I feel it means more, infinitely more, than I can make the words convey to you. But you must think them over, Kate. I beg you to think them over. In the darkness, Kate heard Honora stealing away to her room. So she was alone, and the hour had come for her decision. Bitter, alas, she quoted, to the rising trouble of the sea, the sorrow of lonely women. The distillation of that strange duplex soul, Fiona Macleod, was as a drop of poisoned truth upon her parched tongue. We who love are those who suffer. We who suffer most are those who most do love. She went down upon the sand. The tongues of the sea came up and lapped her feet. The winds of the sea enfolded her in an embrace. For the first time in her life, freely, without restraint, bravely, as sometime she might face God, she confronted the idea of love. And a secret, wonderful knowledge came to her, the knowledge of lovely spiritual ecstasies, the realization of rich human delights. Sorrow and cruel loss might be on their way, but joy was hers now. She feigned that Karl was waiting for her a little way on in the warm darkness, on around that scimitar-shaped bend of the beach. She chose to believe that he was running to meet her, his eyes aflame, his great arms outstretched. She thrilled to the rain of his kisses. She thought those stars might hear the voice with which he shouted, "Kate." Then, calmer, yet as if she had run a race, panting, palpitant, she seated herself on the sands. She let her imagination roam through the years. She saw the road of life they would take together, how they would stand on peaks of lofty desire in sunlight, how, unfaltering, they would pace tenebrous valleys. Always they would be together. Their laughter would chime and their tears would fall in unison. Where one failed, the other would redeem. Where one doubted, the other would hope. They would bear their children to be the vehicle of their ideals. These fresh new creatures, born of their love, would be trained to achieve what they, their parents, had somehow missed. Then her bolder thought died. She, who had forced herself so relentlessly to face the world as a woman faces it, with the knowledge and the courage of maturity, felt her wisdom slip from her. She was a girl, very lonely, facing a task too large for her, needing the comfort of her lover's word. She stretched herself upon the sand, face downward, weeping, because she was afraid of life, because she was wishful for the joy of woman and dared not take it. "Have you decided?" asked Honora in the morning. "I think so," answered Kate. Honora scrutinized the face of her friend. "Accept," she said, "my profound commiseration." Her tone seemed to imply that she included contempt. After this there was a change in Honora's attitude toward her. Kate felt herself more alone than she ever had been in her life. It was as if she had been cast out in a desert, a sandy plain, smitten with relentless sun of life, and in it was no house of refuge, no comfortable tree, no waters of healing, no nor any other soul. Alone she walked there, and the only figures she saw were those of the mirage. It gave her a sort of relief to turn her face eastward and to feel that she must traverse the actual desert and come at the end to literal combat. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson, P.D. Chapter 33. Two dragons, shedding fire, had paused midway of the desert. One was the Overland Express racing from Los Angeles to Kansas City. Its fellow was headed for the west. Both had halted for fuel and water and the refreshment of passengers. The dusk was gathering over the illimitable sandy plain, and the sun, setting behind wind-blown buttes, wore a sinister glow. By its fantastic light, the men and women from the trains paced back and forth on the wide platform, or visited the luxurious eating-house, where palms and dripping water, roses and inviting food, bade them forget that they were on the desert. Kate and Honora had dined, and were walking back and forth in the deep amber light. Such a world to live in, cried Kate admiringly, pressing Honora's arm to her side. Do you know, of all the places that I might have imagined as desirable for residence, I believe I like our old earth the best. She was in an inconsequential mood, and Honora indulged her with smiling silence. I couldn't have thought of a finer desert than this if I had tried, she went on gaily. And this wicked saffron glow is precisely the color to throw on it. What a mistake it would have been if some supernatural electrician had dropped a green or a blue spotlight on the scene. Now, just hear that fountain dripping and that ground wind whispering. Who wouldn't live in the arid lands? It's all as it should be. So are you too, aren't you, Honora? You've forgiven me too, I know you have, and you're getting stronger every day and making ready for happiness, aren't you? She leaned forward to look in her companion's face. Oh, yes, Kate, said Honora. It really is as it should be with me. I'm looking forward now to what is to come. To begin with, there are the children, shining like little stars at the end of my journey. And there's the necessity of working for them. I'm glad of that. I'm glad I have to work for them. Perhaps I shall be offered a place at the University of Wisconsin. I think I should be, if I gave any indication that I had such a desire. The president and I are old friends. Oh, yes, indeed, I'm very thankful that I'm able to look forward again with something like expectancy. The words died on her lips. She was arrested as if an angry god had halted her. Kate, startled, looked up. Before them, marble-faced and hideously abashed, yet beautiful with an insistent beauty, stood Mary Morrison, like Honora, static with pain. It seemed as if it must be a part of that fantastic, dreamlike scene. So many visions were born of the desert that this, not unreasonably, might be one. But no, these two women who had played their parts in an appalling drama were moving involuntarily, as it seemed, nearer to each other. For a second, Kate thought of dragging Honora away till it came to her by some swift message of the spirit that Honora did not wish to avoid this encounter. Perhaps it seemed to her like a fulfillment, the last strain of a wild and dissonant symphony. It was the part of greater kindness to drop her arm and stand apart. "Shall we speak, Mary?" said Honora at length. "Or shall we pass on in silence?" "It isn't for me to say," waived the other. "Anyway, it's too late for words to matter." "Yes," agreed Honora, "quite too late." They continued to stare at each other, so like yet so unlike. It was Honora's face which was ravaged, though Mary had sinned the sin. True, pallor and pain were visible in Mary's face, even in the disguising light of that strange hour and place. But back of it Kate perceived her indestructible frivolity. She surmised how rapidly the scenes of Mary's drama would succeed each other, how remorse would yield to regret, regret to diminishing grief, grief to hope, hope to fresh adventures with life. Here in all verity was the eternal feminine, fugitive, provocative, unspiritualized, and shrinking the one quality, fecundity, which could have justified it. But Honora was speaking, and her low tones, charged with a moral grief, were audible above the tramping of many feet, the throbbing of the engines, and the talking and the laughter. "If you had stayed to die with him," she was saying, "I could have forgiven you everything, because I should have known then that you loved him as he hungered to be loved." "He wouldn't let me," Mary wailed. "Honestly, Honora." "Wouldn't let you?" The scorn whipped Mary's face scarlet. "Nobody wants to die, Honora," pleaded the other. "You wouldn't yourself, when it came to it." A child might have spoken so. The puerility of the words caused Honora to check her speech. She looked with a merciless scrutiny at that face in which the dimples would come and go even at such a moment as this. The long lashes curled on the cheeks with unconscious coquetry. The eyes that had looked on horrors held an intrinsic brilliance. The earth itself, with its perpetual renewals, was not more essentially expectant than this woman. Honora's amazement at her cousin's hedonism gave way to contempt for it. "Oh," she groaned, "to have had the power to destroy a great man and to have no knowledge of what you've done. To have lived through all that you have and to have got no soul after all." She had stepped back as if to measure the luscious opulence of Mary's form with an eye of passionate depreciation. "Stop her, Miss Barrington," cried Mary, seizing Kate's arm. "There's no use in all this, and people will overhear. Can't you take her away?" She might have gazed at the Medusa's head as she gazed at Honora's. "Come," said Kate to Honora. "As Miss Morrison says, there's no use in all this. If David and I did wrong, it was quite as much Honora's fault as mine. Really it was," urged blue-eyed Mary, her childish voice choking. Kate shook her hand off and looked at her from a height. "Don't dare to discuss that," she warned. "Don't dare." She threw her arm around Honora. "Do come," she pleaded. "All this will make you worse again." "I don't wish you ill," continued Honora, seeming not to hear and still addressing herself to Mary. "I know you will live on in luxury somehow or other, and that good men will fetch and carry for you. You exude an essence which they can no more resist than a bee can honey. I don't blame you. That's what you were born for. But don't think that makes a woman of you. You never can be a woman. Women have souls. They suffer. They love and work and forget themselves. They know how to go down to the gates of death. You don't know how to do any of those things now, do you?" She had grown terrible, and her questions had the effect of being spoken by some demonic thing within her, something that made of her mouth a medium, as the priestesses did of the mouths of the ancient oracles. "Miss Barrington," shuddered Mary, "I'm trying to hold on to myself, but I don't think I can do it much longer. Something is hammering at my throat. I feel as if I were being strangled." She was choking in the grasp of hysteria. Kate drew Honora away with a determined violence. "She'll be screaming horribly in a minute," she said. "You don't want to hear that, do you?" Honora gave one last look at the miserable girl. "Of course you know," she said, throwing into her words an intensity which burned like acid, "that he did not die for you, Mary. He died to save his soul alive. He died to find himself and me. Just that much I have to have you know." At that, Kate forced her to go into the Pullman, and seated her by the window where the rising wind, bringing its tale of eternal solitude, eternal barrenness, could fan her cheek. A gentleman who had been pacing the platform alone approached Mary and seemed to offer her assistance with anxious solicitude. She drooped upon his arm, and as she passed beneath the window, the odor of her perfumes stole to Honora's nostrils. "How dare she walk beneath my window?" Honora demanded of Kate. "Isn't she afraid I may kill her?" "No, I don't think she is, Honora. Why should she suspect anything ignoble of you?" Silence fell. A dull golden star blossomed in the west. "All aboard! All aboard!" called the conductors. The people began straggling toward their trains, laughing their farewells. "Hope I'll meet you again sometime." East or west, home's the best. You're sure you're not going on my train? Me for God's country. You'll find nothing but fleas and flubdub on the coast. You'll be back again next year. Just the same, everybody comes back. All aboard! All aboard! God willing, said Honora, I shall never see her again. Suddenly she ceased to be primitive and became a civilized woman with a trained conscience and artificial solicitude. How do you suppose she's going to live, Kate? She had no money. Will David have made any arrangement for her? Oughtn't I to see to that? You are neither to kill nor pension her, said Kate angrily. Keep still, Honora. The fiery worms became active and threshed their way across the fast chilling and silent plain. On the eastbound one, two women sat in heavy reverie. On the westbound one, a group of solicitous ladies and gentlemen gathered about a golden-haired daughter of California, offering her sal volatile, claret, brandy, and water. She chose the claret and sipped it tremblingly. Its deep hue answered the glow in the great ruby in her ring. By a chance her eye caught it, and she turned the jewel toward her palm. "A superb stone," commented one of the kindly group. "You purchased it abroad?" The inquiry was meant to distract her thoughts. It did not quite succeed. She put the wine from her and covered her face with her hands, for suddenly she was assailed by a memory of the burning kisses with which that gem had been placed upon her finger by lips now many fathoms beneath the surface of the sun-warmed world. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 34. Kate and Honora left the train at the station of Wander, and the man for whom it was named was there to meet them. It was summer with the world. It was summer with him, too. Some new plenitude had come to him since Kate had seen him last. His full manhood seemed to be realized. A fine seriousness invested him, a seriousness which included, the observer felt sure, all imaginable fit forms of joy. Clothed in gray, save for the inevitable sombrero, clean-shaven, bright-eyed, capable, renewed with hope, he took both women with a protecting gesture into his embrace. The three rejoiced together in that honest demonstration which seems permissible in the West, where social forms and fears have not much foothold. They talked as happily of little things as if great ones were not occupying their minds. To listen, one would have thought that only little joys and small vexations had come their way. It would be by looking into their faces that one could see the marks of passion, the passion of sorrow, of love, of sacrifice. As they came out of the piñon grove, Honora discovered her babies. They were in white, fresh as lilies, or perhaps as little angels, well beloved of heavenly mothers. And they came running from the house, their golden hair shining like aureoles about their eager faces. Their sandaled feet hardly touched the ground, and indeed, could they have been weighed at that moment, it surely had been found that they had become almost imponderable because of the ethereal lightness of their spirits. Their arms were outstretched, their eyes burning like the eyes of seraphs. "Stop!" cried Honora to Karl in a choking voice. He drew up his restless, homebound horses, and she leaped to the ground. As she ran toward her little ones on swift feet, the two who watched her were convinced that she had regained her old-time vigor and had acquired an eloquence of personality which never before had been hers. She gathered her treasures in her arms and walked with them to the house. Kate had not many minutes to wait in the living room before Wander joined her. It was a long room with triplicate lofty windows facing the mountains, which wheeled in majestic semicircle from north to west. At this hour the purple shadows were gathering on them, and great peace and beauty lay over the world. There was but one door to this room, and Wander closed it. "I may as well know my fate now," he said. "I've waited for this from the moment I saw you last. Are you going to be my wife, Kate?" He stood facing her, breathing rather heavily, his face commanded to a tense repose. "My answer is no," cried Kate, holding out her hands to him. "I love you as my life, and my answer is no." He took the hands she had extended. "Kiss me." He gathered her in his arms, and upon her welcoming lips he laid his own in such a kiss as a man places upon but one woman's lips. "Now, what is your answer?" he breathed after a time. "Tell me your answer now, you much-loved woman. Tell it, beloved." She kissed his brow and his eyes. He felt her tears upon his cheeks. "You know all that I have thought and felt," she said. "You know, for I have written what my life may be. Do you ask me to let it go and to live here in this solitude with you?" "Yes, by heaven," he said, his eyes blazing. "I ask it." Some influence had gone out from them, which seemed to create a palpitant atmosphere of delight in which they stood. It was as if the spiritual essence of them, mingling, had formed the perfect fluid of the soul, in which it was a privilege to live and breathe and dream. "I am so blessed in you," whispered Karl, "so completed by you, that I cannot let you go, even though you go on to great usefulness and great goodness. I tell you, your place is here in my home. It is safe here. I have seen you standing on a precipice, Kate, up there in the mountains. I warned you of its danger, you told me of its glory. But I repeat my warning now, for I see you venturing on to that precipice of loneliness and fame on which none but sad and lonely women stand." "Oh, I know what you say is true, Karl. I mean to do my work with all the power there is in me, and I shall be rejoicing in that and in life. It's in me to be glad merely that I'm living. But deep within my heart I shall, as you say, be both lonely and sad. If there's any comfort in that for you—" "No, there's no comfort at all for me in that, Kate. Stay with me, stay with me. Be my wife. Why, it's your destiny." Kate crossed the room as if she would move beyond that aura which vibrated about him, and in which she could not stand without a too dangerous delight. She was very pale, but she carried her head high, still almost defiantly. "I mean to be the mother to many, many children, Karl," she said in a voice which thrilled with sorrow and pride and a strange joy. "To thousands and thousands of children. But for the idea I represent and the work I mean to do, they would be trampled in the dust of the world. Can't you see that I am called to this as men are called to honorable service for their country? This is a woman's form of patriotism. It's a higher one than the soldiers, I think. It's come my way to be the banner carrier, and I'm glad of it. I take my chance and my honor just as you would take your chance and your honor. But I could resign the glory, Karl, for your love, and count it worthwhile." "Kate." "But the thing to which I am faithful is my opportunity for great service. Come with me, Karl, my dear. Think how we could work together in Washington. Think what such a brain and heart as yours would mean to a new cause. We'd lose ourselves and find ourselves, laboring for one of the kindest, lovingest ideas the hard old world has yet devised. Will you come and help me, Carl? Man. He moved toward her, his hands outspread with a protesting gesture. You know that all my work is here, Kate. This is my home. These mines are mine. The town is mine. It is not only my own money which is invested, but the money of other men, friends who have trusted me and whose prosperity depends upon me. Oh, but Carl, aren't there ways of arranging such things? You say I am dear to you. Transfer your interests and come with me, Carl. Her voice was a pleader's, yet it kept its pride. Kate, how can I? Do you want me to be a supplement to you, a hanger-on? Don't you see that you would make me ridiculous? Would I? Said Kate. Does it seem that way to you? Then you haven't learned to respect me after all. I worship you, he cried. Kate smiled sadly. I know, she said, but worship passes. No, he flung out, starting toward her, but she held him back with a gesture. You have stolen my word, she said with an accent of finality. No is the word you forced me to speak. I am going on to Washington in the morning, Carl. They heard the children running down the hall and pounding on the door with their soft fists. When Kate opened to them, they clambered up her skirts. She lifted them in her arms, and Carl saw their sunny heads nestling against her dark one. As she left the room, moving unseeingly, she heard the hard-wrung groan that came from his lips. A moment later, as she mounted the stairs, she saw him striding up the trail which they together had ascended once when the sun of their hope was still high. She did not meet him again that day. She and Honora ate their meals in silence, Honora dark with disapproval, Kate clinging to her spar of spiritual integrity. If that no thundered in Karl's ears the night through while he kept the company of his ancient comforters, the mountains, no less did it beat shatteringly in the ears of the woman who had spoken it. No to the deep and mystic human joys. No to the most holy privilege of women. No to light laughter and a dancing heart. No to the lowly, satisfying labor of a home. For her the steep path alone, for her the precipice. From it she might behold the sunrise and all the glory of the world, but no exalted sense of duty or of victory could blind her to its solitude and its danger. Yet now, if ever, women must be true to the cause of liberty. They had been through all the ages willing martyrs to the general good. Now it was laid upon them to assume the responsibilities of a new crusade, to undertake a fresh martyrdom, and this time it was for themselves. Leagued against them was half, quite half, of their sex. Vanity and prettiness, dalliance and dependence were their characteristics. With a shrug of half-bared shoulders, they dismissed all those who painfully, nobly, gravely were fighting to restore woman's connection with reality, to put her back somehow into the procession, to make by new methods the coming lady as essential to the commonwealth as was the old-time chatelaine, before commercialism filched her vocations and left her the most cultivated and useless of parasites. Oh, it was no little thing for which she was fighting. Kate tried to console herself with that. If she passionately desired to create an organization which should exercise parental powers over orphaned or poorly guarded children, still more did she wish to set an example of efficiency for women, illustrating to them with how firm a step woman might tread the higher altitudes of public life, making an achievement, not a compromise, of labor. Moreover, no other woman in the country had at present had an opportunity that equaled her own. Look at it how she would, throb as she might with a woman's immemorial nostalgia for a true man's love. She could not escape the relentless logic of the situation. It was not the hour for her to choose her own pleasure. She must march to battle, leaving love behind, as the heroic had done since love and combat were known to the world. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Precipice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Precipice by Elia Wilkinson Peedy. Chapter 35. Morning came. She was called early that she might take the train for the East, and arising from her sleepless bed, she summoned her courage imperatively. She determined that however much she might suffer from the reproaches of her inner self, that mystic and hidden self which so often refuses to abide by the decisions of the brain and the conscience, she would not betray her falterings. So she was able to go down to the breakfast room with an alert step and a sufficiently gallant carriage of the head. Honora was there, as pale as Kate herself, and she did not scruple to turn upon her departing guest a glance both regretful and forbidding. Kate looked across the breakfast table at her gloomy aspect. "Honora," she said with some exasperation, "you've walked your path, and it wasn't the usual one, now was it? But I stood fast for your right to be unusual, didn't I? Then when the whole scheme of things went to pieces and you were suffering, I didn't lay your misfortune to the singularity of your life. I knew that thousands and thousands of women who had done the usual thing and chosen the beaten way had suffered just as much as you. I tried to give you a hand up, blunderingly, I suppose, but I did the best I could. Of course, I'm a beast for reminding you of it, but what I want to know is why you should be looking at me with the eyes of a stony-hearted critic because I'm taking the hardest road for myself. You don't suppose I'd do it without sufficient reason, do you? Standing at the parting of the ways is a serious matter, however interesting it may be at the moment." Honora's face flushed and her eyes filled. "Oh," she cried, "I can't bear to see you putting happiness behind you. What's the use? Don't you realize that men and women are little more than motes in the sunshine? Here for an hour and tomorrow nothing. I'm pretty well through with those theories that people call principles and convictions. Why not be obedient to nature? She's the great teacher. Doesn't she tell you to take love and joy when they come your way?" "We've threshed all that out, haven't we?" asked Kate impatiently. "Why go over and over the ground again? But I must say, if a woman of your intelligence, and my friend at that, can't see why I'm taking an uphill road alone, instead of walking in a pleasant valley with the best of companions, then I can hardly expect anyone else to sympathize with me. However, what does it matter? I said I was going alone, so why should I complain?" Her glance fell on the fireplace before which she and Karl had sat the night before when he first welcomed her beneath his roof. She remembered the wild silence of the hour, the sense she had had of the invisible presence of the mountains, and how Karl's love had streamed about her like shafts of light. "I've seen nothing of Karl," said Honora abruptly. "He went up the trail yesterday, and hasn't been back to the house since." "He didn't come home last night? He didn't sleep in his bed?" "No, I tell you. He's had the door of life slammed in his face, and I suppose he's pretty badly humiliated. Karl isn't cut out to be a beggar hanging about the gates, is he? Pence and crumbs wouldn't interest him. I wonder if you have any idea how a man like that can suffer. Do you imagine he's another Ray McCrea?" "Pour my coffee, please, Honora," said Kate. Honora took the hint and said no more, while Kate hastily ate her breakfast. When she had finished, she said as she left the table, "I'd be glad if you'd tell the stable man that I'll not take the morning train. I'm sorry to change my mind, but it's unavoidable." The smart traveling suit she had purchased in Los Angeles was her equipment that morning. To this she added her hat and traveling veil. "If you're going to the mountains," said the maladroit Nora, "better not wear those things. They'll be ruined." "Oh, things!" cried Kate angrily. She stopped at the door. "That wasn't decent of you, Honora. I am going up the mountain, but what right had you to suppose it?" The whole household knew it a moment later. The maids, the men at the stables and the corral, they knew it, but they thought more of her. She went so proudly, so openly. The judgment they might have passed upon lesser folk, they set aside where Wander and his resistant sweetheart were concerned. They did not know the theater, these Western men and women, but they recognized drama when they saw it. Their deep love of romance was satisfied by these lovers, so strong, so compelling, who moved like demigods in their unconcern for the opinions of others. Kate climbed the trail which she and Wander had taken together on the day when she had mockingly proclaimed her Declaration of Independence. She smiled bitterly now to think of the futility of it. Independence? For whom did such a thing exist? Karl Wander was drawing her to him as the mountain of Lode in the Yellowstone drew the lightnings of heaven. In time she came to the bench beside the torrent where she and Wander had rested that other unforgettable day. She paused there now for a long time, for the path was steep and the altitude great. The day had turned gray and a cold wind was rising, crying wind, that wailed among the tumbled boulders and drove before it clouds of somber hue. After a time she went on, and as she mounted, encountering ever steeper and more difficult way, she tore the leather of her shoes, rent the skirt of her traveling frock, and ruined her gloves with soil and rock. "If I have to go back as I came, alone," she reflected, "all in tatters like this, to find that he is at the mines or the village attending to his work, I shall cut a fine figure, shan't I? The very gods will laugh at me." She flamed scarlet at the thought, but she did not turn back. Presently she came to a place where the path forked. A very narrow, appallingly deep gorge split the mountain at this point. Each path skirted a side of this crevasse. "I choose the right path," said Kate aloud. Her heart and lungs were again rebelling at the altitude and the exertion, and she was forced to lie flat for a long time. She lay with her face to the sky, watching the roll of the murky clouds. Above her towered the crest of the mountain, below her stretched the abyss. It was a place where one might draw apart from all the world and contemplate the little thing that men call life. Neither ecstasy nor despair came to her, though some such excesses might have been expected of one whose troubled mind contemplated such magnificence, such terrific beauty. Instead, she seemed to face the great soul of truth, to arrive at a conclusion of perfect sanity, of fine reasonableness. Conventions, pettiness, foolish pride, waywardness, secret egotism fell away from her. The customs of society, with what was valuable in them and what was inadequate, assumed their true proportions. It was as if her house of life had been swept of fallacy by the besom of the mountain wind. A feeling of strength, courage, and clarity took possession of her. There was an expectation, too, nay, a conviction, that an event was at hand fraught for her with vast significance. The trail, almost perpendicular now, led up a mighty rock. She pulled herself up, and emerging upon the crown of the mountain, beheld the proud peaks of the Rockies, bare or snow-capped, dripping with purple and gray mists, sweeping majestically into the distance. Such solemnity, such dark and passionate beauty, she never yet had seen, though she was by this time no stranger to the Rockies, and she had looked upon the wonders of the Sierras. She envisaged as much of this sublimity as eye and brain might hold, then at a noise glanced at the tortuous trail, yet more difficult than the one she had taken, which skirted the other side of the continuing crevasse. On it stood Karl Wander, not as she had seen him last, impatient, racked with mental pain, and torn with pride and eager love. He was haggard, but he had arrived at peace. He was master over himself and no longer the creature of futile torments. To such a man a woman might well capitulate if capitulation was her intent. With such a chieftain might one well treat if one had a mind to maintain the suzerainty of one's soul. The wind assailed Kate violently, and she caught at a spur of rock and clung, while her traveling veil, escaped from bounds, flung out like a home-going pennant of a ship. "A flag of truce, Kate?" thundered Wander's voice. "Will you receive it?" Now that she had sought and found him, she would not surrender without one glad glory of the hour. "Name your conditions, beloved enemy." "How can we talk like this?" "We're not talking, we're shouting." "Is there no way across?" "Only for eagles." "What did you mean by staying up here? I was terrified. What if you had been dying alone?" "I came up to think things out." "Have you?" "Yes." "Well?" "Kate, we must be married." "Yes, I know it," laughed Kate. "But—" "Yes," called Kate, "that's it. But—" "But you shall do your work. I shall do mine." "I know," said Kate. "That's what I meant to say to you. There's more than one way of being happy and good." "Go your way, Kate. Go to your great undertaking. Go as my wife. I stay with my task. It may carry me farther and bring me more honor than we yet know. I shall go to you when I can. You must come to me when you will. What more exhilarating? A few years will bring changes. I hear they may send me to Washington after all. But they'll not need to send me. Lead where you will, I will follow, on condition." "The condition?" She stood laughing at him, shining at him, free and proud as the victory of a sculptor's dream. "That you will follow my leadership in turn. We'll have a republic of souls, Kate, with equal opportunity, none less, none greater, with high expediency for the watchword." "Yes. Oh, Karl, I came to say all this." "Then some day we'll settle down beneath one roof. We'll have a hearthstone." "Yes," cried Kate again, this time with an accent that drowned forever the memory of her no. "Turn about, Kate. Turn about and go down the trail. You'll have to do it alone, I'm afraid. I can't get over there to help." "I don't need help," retorted Kate. "It's fine doing it alone." "Follow your path and I will follow mine. We can keep in sight almost all the way, I think, and as you know, a little below this height the paths converge." Kate stood a moment longer, looking at him, measuring him. "How splendid to be a man!" she called. "But I'm glad I'm a woman," she supplemented hastily. "Not half so glad as I, Kate, my mate. Not a thousandth part so glad as I." She held out her arms to him. He gave a great laugh and plunged down the path. Kate swept her glance once more over the dark beauty of the mountain tops, her splendid world, wrought with illimitable joy and achievement by the Maker of worlds, and turning, ran down the great rock that led to the trail. End of The Precipice. Read with great pleasure by Mary Schneider.